Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Expired Aisle, Haunted Convenience Store. I never thought a gas station could feel lonely until I worked the night shift at one stuck miles away from the nearest town. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and motor oil, a blend that seemed permanent, like it had soaked into the walls over years of customers coming and going at all hours. I stood behind the register, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, their hum steady enough to lull the mind but harsh enough to keep sleep at bay. Outside, the wind whispered over the cracked asphalt like it was trying to tell me something. I like to think of it as the station's way of breathing. My name's Alex. I'm 27, and I took this job because it was one of the few that didn't require a resume or references. The owner, a gruff man named Sam, told me the hours would be rough but the pay was decent, and the isolation was part of the package. I'd never worked nights before. Never been truly alone like this. The first few hours dragged. I organized the shelves, wiped down the counter, and stared out the window at the empty stretch of highway. It was the kind of night where even the stars seemed tired. I sipped lukewarm coffee from a chipped mug and tried to keep my thoughts from wandering too far. At about 1:15 a.m., the silence broke. The door jingled, and a man shuffled in, his jacket soaked from the rain that had started just minutes before. He looked disoriented, his eyes darting around like he wasn't sure where he was. I greeted him with a tired but polite, "Hi, can I help you?" He nodded, voice low and rough. "Just some snacks. Whatever's quick." I pointed toward the shelves, and he shuffled off. The fluorescent light cast a harsh glare on the rows of chips, candy bars, and canned goods. I noticed some of the labels looked faded, dates printed in tiny font almost impossible to read in this light. Expired, probably by months. I tried not to think about it. It was a remote place, inventory moved slow. Expired stuff was probably normal. Still, something about the man's glazed eyes made me uneasy. He came back with a plastic bag and set it on the counter. "Coffee, too," he muttered. I rang him up, the register clicking in the quiet. He paid with crumpled bills, barely looking at me. When he left, I watched him step outside, hesitating before disappearing into the rain. The night wore on. Customers came sporadically, all of them tired, some impatient, a few with that same distant look the first man had carried. One woman lingered near the refrigerated drinks, her fingers trembling as she reached for a bottled juice. I caught a glimpse of the expiration date nearly a year past. "Are you sure about that one?" I asked, pointing. She looked startled, then smiled weakly. "It's fine, right? It's juice." I shrugged but didn't press. I was tired and knew how that sounded, paranoia creeping in after hours of nothing. People probably grabbed whatever they wanted without a second thought. At one point, the lights flickered again, and the overhead hum stuttered for a second before steadying. I blinked, my eyes stinging in the sudden darkness. When the lights came back, the woman was gone. I told myself she'd left through the back door, or maybe I just imagined it. The rain had eased, leaving behind a damp chill that crept under my collar. Around 3 a.m., a car pulled in with a sharp squeal of tires. A young guy, maybe early 20s, burst through the door, sweaty and out of breath. His hands shook as he grabbed a soda from the cooler. "Anything else?" I asked, already feeling the weight of the long night pressing down. "No, just this." "Thanks." He paid quickly and stepped outside without a word. I caught a glimpse of his face in the reflection, pale, eyes wide, like he'd seen something he wished he hadn't. I rubbed my temples and glanced again at the soda can. The label was smudged. The expiration date was faint but there. Months expired. The unease settled deeper in my chest. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the isolation was playing tricks on me. Still, the pattern nagged at the back of my mind: frantic customers, expired products, and that hollow look in their eyes. I wondered if Sam had noticed. I thought about asking him the next day, but part of me hesitated. What if it was just me overthinking? The night stretched on, slow and relentless. I cleaned, restocked, and counted the minutes until dawn. Then, just before 5 a.m., the door jingled again. A woman stepped in. Her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes darted wildly. She clutched a bag of chips and a bottle of water. "Help," she whispered, voice trembling. I froze, the chill crawling up my spine. "Are you okay?" I asked, voice barely steady. She shook her head, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. I don't know what's happening," she said. "I feel like I'm losing my mind." I blinked. The fluorescent light overhead seemed colder now, harsher. The woman's gaze locked with mine, desperation raw and real. And suddenly, I realized this wasn't just a job anymore. Something was very wrong. I reached out slowly, unsure if she'd let me in. "We'll figure this out," I promised, though doubt gnawed my resolve. Her fingers trembled as she brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. "They said it was just stress," she whispered, voice cracking. "But this feels different. Like something's inside me, changing me." A chill ran down my spine. "Have you seen anyone else? Anyone else feeling like this?" She shook her head, biting her lip. "No. I'm scared they'll think I'm crazy." "No one is going to think that," I assured her. "We'll get to the bottom of it. Together." The buzzing fluorescent light flickered, and for a moment the room seemed to stretch, shadows crawling longer across the peeling walls. She swallowed hard, eyes darting toward the door. "Did you hear that?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. I strained my ears. Silence, except for the distant hum of the building's ventilation. "Probably just the old pipes," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, a prickling at the back of my neck told me otherwise. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, the silence deepened, thick, heavy, like the air had been sucked out of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Her words echoed in my head, like something's inside me, changing me. I couldn't shake the tight knot forming in my stomach. It wasn't just stress, no matter how many times I tried to convince myself otherwise. Something was wrong. Something no one wanted to admit. I glanced at the clock. 2:30 in the morning. The gas station was dead, as usual. The only sound was the distant hum of the ventilation system, intermittent creaks from the aging building settling, and the faint, restless rustling of wind against the windows. Outside, the road stretched into nothing but darkness, no headlights, no signs of life. I needed to do something. To stop feeling so useless. I pulled my jacket tighter and made my way over to the small office in the back. The one with the filing cabinet full of old receipts and inventory lists nobody ever touched. I'd never paid much attention before, but tonight every detail mattered. The cabinet door creaked as I opened it, dust motes swirling in the harsh light. I rifled through the papers until I found what I was looking for, delivery logs from the last 2 weeks. I spread them out across the desk, scanning the names, dates, and products. Something about those lists seemed off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Then I noticed it. Several entries showed shipments of bottled water, canned sodas, and packaged snacks all marked with expiration dates far in the past, months ago. The last delivery had been 3 days prior. I frowned, running my fingers over the print. How had expired goods ended up back on the shelves? Was it carelessness, or worse, intentional? The thought made my throat tighten. I grabbed my phone and dialed the distributor listed on the paperwork. After a few rings, a tired voice answered. "Hello? This is Marty." "Hi, Marty. It's me, Jake, from the station. I'm looking over some recent deliveries, and I noticed some of the food and drinks we received were way past their expiration dates. Is that normal?" There was a pause on the other end. Then, no. That shouldn't happen. We check all that before shipments go out. Maybe a mix-up? Could you check on your end? I'm worried someone might have slipped expired stuff in on purpose. He sighed. I'll look into it, Jake. Let me get back to you. The line went dead. I hung up, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. If someone was deliberately sending expired products, why? And more importantly, why weren't they stopping when people started acting strange? I glanced toward the counter, where the flickering light made the empty candy racks look like they were about to shift and move. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for a flashlight stored next to the register. I was about to step up back to check the storage room when the door jingled. My heart lurched. I wasn't expecting anyone. A man stepped inside, his face pale and drawn under the harsh fluorescence. His clothes were rumpled, and there was something frantic in his eyes, a wildness that made me hold my breath. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He swallowed hard, looking around as if the shadows might reach out and grab him. I think I bought something here earlier. Some soda. But I don't know. It made me sick. I can't think straight. The smell hit me first, faint but unmistakable. Something chemical, metallic, and sour mingled with his sweat. "Where are you from?" I asked. "Down the road, the motel." I didn't want to come back, but... His voice cracked and faded. I gestured toward the stool by the counter. "Sit down. Tell me everything." He sank down, hands clenched into fists. I drank it, and then everything got weird. The walls, they started moving. People outside looked like shadows. I felt like I was drowning in my own thoughts. I frowned, trying to process his words. The way he described it matched too closely with what the woman had said, the hallucinations, the panic, the creeping dread. "Did you throw the soda away?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah." But the feeling stayed. I couldn't shake it. Like a fog in my brain. My throat tightened again. "Did you see anyone else acting like this?" He hesitated. "I think so. A few people at the motel. They looked lost, scared. Like they didn't know where they were." I nodded, trying to suppress the rising unease. This was worse than I thought. "I'm going to check the storage room," I said, forcing calm into my voice. "You stay here." He gave a small, grateful nod. The storage room was a cramped, windowless space at the back of the station. The air was stale, thick with the smell of oil and dust. I flicked on the flashlight, the beam cutting through darkness that seemed to swallow the edges of the room. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, some labeled, others not. I pulled open a crate marked snacks and froze. Inside were dozens of canned goods and bottles, all with expiration dates stamped from last fall. I grabbed a soda bottle, turning it over carefully. The label was faded, the plastic sticky to the touch. I twisted off the cap and sniffed. A sharp, chemical tang hit my nose, acrid and unnatural. I shivered, setting it down quickly. Could this be the source? Had these expired goods been sold knowingly? And if so, why? A sudden noise behind me made me jump. I whipped around, flashlight beam catching a shadow moving near the door. My breath caught. "Hello?" I called, voice uneven. No answer. I stepped closer, heart pounding. The door handle jigged, slow and deliberate, but the door didn't open. I pressed my ear to it. Faint breathing. Slow, steady, but too close. Something wasn't right. I backed away, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The weight of the situation pressed down on me harder than before. I was no longer just an observer. Now I was part of it, tangled in whatever this was. When I returned to the front, the man was gone. His stool sat empty, a faint imprint left on the vinyl seat. I checked the security monitor. The screen flickered, showing the empty lot outside, then a static-laced blur near the gas pumps. A figure faded in and out, indistinct and restless. The hairs on my neck stood up. I leaned forward, zooming in on the grainy image. The figure was moving toward the road, limping, unsteady. I felt a cold sweat bead on my forehead. If the expired products were causing this, it wasn't just hallucinations. It was trapping people, breaking them down until they slipped away into something darker, more dangerous. And now, somehow, I was next. The phone on the counter rang suddenly, sharp and jarring in the quiet. I jumped, nearly dropping the flashlight. I answered on the second ring. "Hello?" A voice whispered on the other end, low and urgent. "You don't know what you're dealing with. Stop looking before it's too late." The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. I stared at the receiver, the words echoing in my mind. I wanted to hang up and pretend none of this was real. But I couldn't. Not anymore. The storm was gathering, and I was standing right in the middle of it. The door didn't open. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, feeling the faint, slow breathing on the other side. It was too close, too deliberate. My flashlight flickered in my trembling hand. I stepped back, the floor beneath me creaking like a warning. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I was caught, tangled in something I couldn't name. When I got back to the front, the man was gone. His stool left a dull imprint on the cracked vinyl, like a ghost had just stood up and vanished. My eyes darted to the security monitor. The screen flickered and leapt between static and an empty parking lot. Then, through the haze of pixels, a figure appeared near the pumps, limping, unsteady, fading in and out like a bad signal. I leaned forward, straining to see. The shape moved toward the road, slow and unsteady. A cold sweat trickled down my back. This wasn't just about hallucinations anymore. It was something worse, like the expired food was breaking them down, trapping them in some waking nightmare. And if that was true, then I was next. I closed my eyes for a second and tried to steady my breathing. The stale scent of spilled soda and motor oil filled the cramped room. The buzzing fluorescent light overhead hummed, punctuating the silence. My hands still shook. I didn't want to believe this was real, but my gut told me otherwise. I needed answers. Fast. The back room was a mess, boxes shoved everywhere, some torn, others half open. I crawled through the narrow passage, flashlight beam bouncing off dusty cans and cracked shelves. I pulled open a crate stamped with a faded EXP 2022. My fingers grazed the cans inside. I recognized the brands: cheap sodas, energy drinks, canned snacks. All expired, all still on the shelves. Who would leave this here? I muttered, the taste of stale air thick on my tongue. I rifled through the paperwork on the counter. Delivery receipts, inventory lists, all ending months ago. No sign of a new shipment. This place had been stocked with old, expired stock for months, maybe longer. But why? I picked up a crumpled receipt tucked under a bottle of flat water. The timestamps were odd, purchases made at strange hours, always late at night, always by the same few customers. The names were scratched out or missing, but the pattern was clear. I remembered the man who left, the one I heard breathing behind the door. His limp, the way he moved on the monitor. He was one of them. One of the people this place had broken. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I stepped outside, the cold night air biting at my face. The sky was ink black, dotted with distant stars. The gas station's neon sign buzzed erratically, the letters flickering like a bad dream. I scanned the parking lot. Empty. No cars. No people. Then I heard a soft, irregular tapping from the far edge of the lot. I squinted into the darkness. A figure emerged, stumbling toward me, hands outstretched as if searching for something. "Hey," I called, voice rough and low. "Are you okay?" The figure stopped, head tilted, eyes glassy and unfocused. The smell of something sour and rotten hit me, like spoiled milk mixed with rust. The man blinked slowly, then turned and lurched away, disappearing into the night. I swallowed hard. This was worse than I thought. Back inside, I checked the security footage again. The figure limped toward the road, but then something strange happened. The camera caught a second shadow trailing behind him, barely visible, moving in jerky, unnatural bursts. I zoomed in, but the image was too grainy. Still, that shadow wasn't human. Or at least, it didn't move like one. I shook my head. Maybe it was just my imagination. Fatigue playing tricks. But even then, the dread clung to me like a second skin. I grabbed my phone and tried calling the station manager. No answer. I left a message, voice tight with urgency. No way I was sticking around alone with this mystery festering in every corner. Minutes passed. Then the power blinked. The lights flickered, the hum of the refrigerator faltered, and the screen on the security monitor went dead. Darkness swallowed the room, thick and immediate. My flashlight was the only thing standing between me and the blackness. A sound came from the back room, something soft, like scratching or scraping. My heart hammered against my ribs. I forced myself to move toward the noise, each step heavier than the last. The door to the storage room was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, the boxes were overturned, spilled cans rolling across the floor. But what caught my eye was a notebook lying open on the dusty counter. The handwriting was messy, frantic. I scanned the words. Do not consume after expiration. Toxicity causes neurological breakdown. Symptoms: confusion, disorientation, paranoia. Subjects become trapped in delusional states, unable to distinguish reality. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This wasn't just neglect. Someone knew what was happening. The last entry was dated a few weeks ago. No cure. No escape. Must contain exposure. If you read this, do not trust anyone. They are not what they seem. A sudden noise made me spin around. The door slammed shut behind me, plunging the room into darkness. I lunged for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Trapped. The words echoed in my mind. No escape. I pressed my back against the cold door, hands slick with sweat. The sensation was suffocating, like the walls were closing in. Outside, footsteps paced slowly past the door. I whispered, "Who's there?" Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice low, calm, almost soothing. "You shouldn't be here." The line between sanity and madness blurred. The night wasn't just a shift anymore. It was a trap. The gas station was a cage. And I was the prey. I realized then that leaving wasn't an option. Not anymore. I was in this. Deep. And whatever was waiting outside the door wasn't going to let me go. The darkness pressed in around me like a living thing, thick and heavy. The door didn't budge, not a single creak, no hint of loosening. My palms felt clammy against the cold metal, slick with sweat that had nothing to do with the night's stifling heat. I kept my back pressed hard against the door, every muscle taut, listening. Footsteps. Slow. Methodical. Just outside. A deliberate pacing that set my nerves on edge. "You shouldn't be here," the voice said again. Low, steady, like a lullaby meant to calm me into silence. But it did the opposite. It set off alarms in my chest, a warning I couldn't ignore. I swallowed and tried to steady my voice. "Who are you? What do you want?" No answer. Only the footsteps, circling now, just beyond the door. My mind raced back to the note I found. No cure. No escape. Must contain exposure. If you read this, do not trust anyone. They are not what they seem. The phrase looped in my head, each repetition tightening the knot of dread in my stomach. Not what they seemed. Who? Them? The customers? The night crew? Maybe even me? I swallowed again, dry and bitter like old coffee. The footsteps halted. A shadow fell across the door's small window. A hand pressed flat against the glass, a pale, trembling hand. I stared, heart hammering, and saw the fingers twitch, nails bitten down to pink raw skin. "Let me out," I said, voice cracking. "Please." The hand pulled away. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft scraping sound, like fingernails dragging gently along the wall. My breath caught. I could smell it, the faint scent of metal and something sour, like spoiled milk. It wasn't just the expired food anymore. It was something darker. I stepped back from the door, my eyes adjusting to the dim glow from the flickering fluorescent bulb overhead. The room smelled stale, the air thick with dust and forgotten secrets. I glanced at the clipboard on the dusty counter, the last entry still fresh in my mind. Whoever wrote that note knew more than I did, but why leave it here? To warn me? Or to trap me? A sudden noise behind me made me spin, an old radio, buried under papers, crackling to life, static buzzing through the room before a garbled voice whispered, "They're coming." Panic clawed up my throat. "Who's coming?" I demanded, pressing my back again to the door. No reply. Only the low hum of the night beyond, punctuated by distant dog barks and the occasional rumble of a truck engine rolling down the highway. The gas station was alive tonight, but not with customers. Something else stirred in the shadows. I moved to the window, peering out into the lot. The dim yellow glow from the street lamps barely reached the edges of the cracked pavement. No one. No cars. No sign of life except for the wind tossing empty soda cans across the parking lot like scraps of paper. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Then, a faint tapping at the glass. I jumped, heart thudding again. This time, the face that pressed against the window was familiar. Jake, the trucker who'd come in earlier, his eyes wild, pupils dilated. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He banged his fist against the glass, desperate, frantic. I unlocked the door, hesitation slicing through me. Was it safe? Was anyone safe? Jake stumbled inside, eyes darting, sweat coating his brow. They're lying, he gasped. The food, it's poison. Hallucinations. You don't get out. His words hit like a punch. I swallowed hard. Jake's usual calm was shattered, and the tremor in his voice made the whole room feel colder. What do you mean? I asked. Who's they? Who's lying? He shook his head, eyes wild, like he was fighting to hold on to reality. The company. The supply chain. They knew. The expired stuff, it's been tampered with. Chemicals. Not just old food. It's deliberate. I felt my stomach twist. That explained the note. The frantic customers. The hallucinatory episodes. But why? What was the point? Jake leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. It's about control. Keep people trapped. Keep them dependent. They don't want us to leave. Not really. I blinked, trying to process. The idea was insane. Paranoia. But the evidence was piling up. The expired cans, the notes, the strange behavior. And now Jake, a man I trusted, standing here, broken and terrified. My hands shook. I wanted to run, but where? The night stretched endless outside. The highway was a ribbon of darkness, and somewhere out there, the threat waited. Suddenly, the radio crackled again, louder this time. A harsh voice cut through the static, clear and commanding. Stay calm. Do not attempt to leave. Containment protocols are in place. Cooperation is mandatory. Jake's eyes widened. They're talking about us. They know. The door rattled as someone tried to open it from the outside. I rushed over, pressing my shoulder against the handle. No, I said, voice barely a whisper. Not yet. The footsteps outside quickened, no longer slow and deliberate but urgent, almost desperate. The pounding grew louder, echoing in the small room. My breath came in shallow gasps. I was trapped between the unknown threat outside and the crumbling sanity inside. Listen, Jake said, grabbing my arm. We need to find proof. I wish I were making this up. The supply logs, the shipment records. If we can expose this, maybe, just maybe, we can get out. I nodded, the weight of his words settling on me like a stone. It was a risk. But waiting meant doom. I moved toward the back office, heart hammering as the pounding at the door escalated to furious banging. Papers scattered beneath my feet as I rifled through drawers, the stale air thick with dust and fear. The walls seemed to close in, the fluorescent light flickering erratically, casting long shadows that twisted like living things. Behind me, Jake whispered, "They're coming in." I swallowed hard and kept searching. My fingers found a folder labeled shipments. Inside, rows of dates, batch numbers, and notes. One entry stood out, marked quarantine with a hastily scrawled note, toxic levels detected. Immediate recall advised. Do not distribute. I froze. This was it. The proof. A sudden crash behind me made me spin. The door splintered under forceful blows. Panic surged. I grabbed the folder and darted back toward the front, Jake close behind. The footsteps flooded in multiple sets now, heavy and determined. Voices murmured, low and threatening. The gas station, once a place of monotonous routine, had transformed into a cage with closing bars. We ducked behind the counter as the first figure appeared, tall, faceless in the half-light, moving with a cold efficiency that stole the breath from my lungs. The silence in the gas station was thick, like a heavy blanket I couldn't throw off. The flickering fluorescent light above sputtered again, casting shadows that jittered against the cracked plaster walls. I leaned back against the counter, the coldness of the plastic molding pressing into my spine. My hands trembled, not from cold but from something worse, exhaustion tangled with dread. I still couldn't believe how far this had spiraled. At first, it was just a few odd customers, dazed, confused, the way they looked like they'd stepped out of a nightmare. I thought maybe fatigue was playing tricks on me, but then I saw the expired dates on the canned goods, the sodas crusting in the damp corners of the fridge. And every single one of those folks had bought something from those shelves. Something toxic. I rubbed my temples and listened. The low hum of the overhead light mixed with the distant drone of highway traffic, barely audible past the cracked windows. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, then gone. The cool, stale scent of motor oil and stale coffee lingered in the cramped space. I could almost taste the bitterness of the cheap instant coffee I'd poured hours ago. It was bitter and dull, like the situation I'd found myself in. I wondered if I was losing my grip. Maybe the exhaustion had finally broken me, and I was imagining the whole thing, the customers, the hallucinations, the panic in their eyes. But no! The evidence was clear and ugly. Mrs. Dunham, the woman who'd come in last night, her eyes glassy and wild, hands shaking as she tried to explain her nightmares about being trapped in a room with no doors. She was right here, just hours ago, buying expired bread and soda. Then the young couple who returned today, their voices cracking, eyes darting like prey caught in a snare. They looked like they wanted to scream but couldn't find the words. I needed to figure this out. I had to stop it. The doorbell jingled, a harsh, brittle sound that startled me. I straightened and wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans. A man stepped inside, tall, with a thin face that looked drawn tight over his bones. He wore a stained jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. His eyes, sharp and anxious, scanned the shelves before settling on me. "Hey," he said, voice rough but not unfriendly. "You still got those chips? The ones near expiration?" I hesitated. I don't think so. Most of the stuff past the date's been pulled." He frowned, stepping closer. "You sure? I was here yesterday too. I want the same thing. It made me feel better. Like I was clearer, you know?" I blinked. "Better? That's not what I've heard." My voice cracked. He shook his head quickly, as if to clear some fog. No. You don't get it. That stuff, it messes with your head but in a good way. I've been stuck with this, I don't know, anxiety, or maybe worse. When I ate it, felt like the noise in my brain stopped. His words sent a cold wave through me. Was I wrong all along? Had the toxic food created some sort of twisted relief for some customers? I tried to keep my face neutral. "Listen," I said slowly, "that stuff's dangerous. People are hallucinating, losing time. It's not healthy." He laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Healthy? No. But better than the alternative." We stared at each other in the flickering light. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled bill, holding it out. "Just one bag. Please." I shook my head, feeling a surge of resolve. "I'm sorry. I can't. Not anymore." He looked away, jaw tight. After a long moment, he muttered, "Figures. Nobody wants to help." He turned and walked out, the doorbell jangling again behind him. I exhaled slowly, heart thudding. That encounter left a strange pit in my stomach. Maybe this was bigger than I thought. Not just food poisoning or careless stalking. Something deeper, more tangled. I sat down behind the counter, eyes fixed on the cracked tiles. I thought about calling someone, health inspectors, the police. But the station was miles from anywhere, and the few people who cared might not believe me. I was a lone night clerk. A nobody. Still, I couldn't just sit here and watch this unfold. I spent the next hour clearing the shelves, pulling every expired item into a cardboard box. The staleness of the old chips, the sour smell of spoiled milk, the sticky cans of soda, all of it felt like poison beneath my fingertips. I stacked it neatly, planning to drive the box to the nearest landfill in the morning. It was a small step, but it was something. Then the phone rang. The shrill noise cut through the quiet like an item. I jumped, heart hammering, and reached for the receiver. "Hello?" The voice was low and urgent. "You don't know me, but I know what you've been seeing. The food, the customers. It's worse than you think." I swallowed hard. "Who is this?" "No names. Just listen. The company that supplies this place? They've been cutting corners for years. Dumping outdated stock into remote locations where no one checks. Some people have gone missing after buying from these places. Not just hallucinations, disappearances." A chill crept down my spine. I gripped the phone tighter. "You need to get out. Don't trust anyone. They'll try to cover it up." Before I could ask more, the line went dead. Static hissed in my ear, then silence. I sat back, the weight of the call settling over me. Was this a threat? A warning? I didn't know. But one thing was clear, I couldn't stay here. The night dragged on. The cold seeped into my bones. I packed my things, careful to lock the doors behind me. The box of expired goods sat heavy in the passenger seat of my car. I glanced back at the gas station one last time. The flickering light was still on, a beacon in the dark. As I pulled onto the highway, I noticed the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. Pale orange spilled across the sky, softening the edges of the long night. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I thought about the customers, trapped in their waking nightmares. I hoped they'd find a way out. Some part of me believed they would. For the first time in weeks, I didn't feel quite so alone. I drove toward the city, toward help, toward answers. The road stretched ahead, empty and wide. The nightmare might not be over, but at least I was moving forward. And that was something. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that means a new day is beginning. Story 2, Tainted Fuel Terror, Poison Gasoline Nightmare. I never thought much about the gas station on Route 47. That Tuesday, I was running low on gas, enough to make me nervous about the long stretch ahead. The car's fuel gauge had been inching toward empty all week, and I promised myself not to push it. The dashboard light blinked on just as I rolled up to pump number 3. The pump itself was old, faded numbers, a hose that had seen better days, and a keypad with half the buttons worn smooth. I glanced at the price per gallon, suspiciously low. Probably a mistake. I shrugged it off. Pump 3, I muttered to myself, pressing the button. The nozzle felt gritty in my hand, the metal cold and heavy. The scent of gasoline hit me instantly, sharp and chemical, mixed with dust and something older, like the ghosts of decades past. I filled up the tank, watching the numbers climb too quickly. That was odd. I'd never seen my car gulp fuel like this. Usually, it took a good 5 minutes to fill. I slammed the nozzle back into its cradle, the pump clicking off faster than I expected. I checked the receipt. It was printed on thin paper, the ink smudged in places. Regular unleaded, it read, though the price was still suspiciously cheap. I reached for the door handle, my fingers sticky from the residue of fuel. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. I climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine sputtered, a little rougher than usual, but it caught. The smell inside the car was off, a faint chemical tang that wasn't the usual gasoline scent, more acrid, almost sharp enough to sting my nose. I wrinkled it away, telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe the wind had shifted, carrying some strange odor from the station. The road stretched out before me, empty except for the occasional birdsong and the distant buzz of cicadas. I shifted into drive and eased onto the highway, the tires humming softly against the asphalt. The engine didn't sound quite right, though. It was quieter in some ways, but there was an odd vibration, a subtle pulse under the hood that made my teeth clench without meaning to. I glanced down at the fuel gauge. The needle barely moved, though I just filled the tank. It was as if the car wasn't registering the fuel at all. I shook my head, trying to ignore the creeping unease. My phone buzzed, a text from my sister. I ignored it. I needed to focus. The sky darkened quickly. No streetlights here, just the occasional reflector post blinking in the headlights. The radio crackled with static between songs, and a dog barked somewhere off to the side, sharp and sudden, then quiet again. Silence. Complete silence. I pulled over at a small overlook to check the tank again. The gauge was dipping faster than it should, racing toward empty in a way that didn't make sense. I tapped the glass, my breath fogging the window in the cool night air. Something was wrong. Back on the road, I tried not to panic. My hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, but I told myself the gas station was just old, the equipment faulty. Maybe the pump had misread the amount, or the gauge was broken. I'd fix it tomorrow. I always said I'd deal with it tomorrow. But the engine's behavior grew stranger. Every mile felt like a gamble. The car jerked faintly, the dash flickered with warning lights that vanished before I could read them. The smell grew worse, acrid and sour, like burnt rubber mixed with chemicals. I rolled down the window, the night air cold and sharp against my skin. I forced myself to keep going, eyes scanning the dark shapes beyond the trees. There was no one else on the road. No other cars. Just me and the slow, creeping dread that settled in my chest like a stone. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the car coughed once more and died before I even cut the engine. The silence inside was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and clumsy. I sat there for a long moment, hands clenched on the wheel, trying to make sense of it. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow I'd check the pumps again. Maybe talk to the attendant. Maybe it was just a mistake. But something told me it wasn't. Something told me that filling up at that gas station wasn't just a routine stop anymore. It was a risk. And risks, in the middle of nowhere, where help was hours away, were dangerous. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating dust and cracked asphalt stretching endlessly ahead. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to move, to keep going instead of sitting trapped by dread. The engine's hum was a fragile companion, a reminder that the car was still alive, still willing to carry me forward. Every shadow seemed to twist into shapes, figures lurking just beyond sight. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What if the pumps were tampered with? What if I was being watched? The silence outside pressed in, thick and suffocating, as if the night itself was holding its breath. I glanced at the dashboard. The fuel gauge barely budged. Tomorrow's plan felt heavier now, less hopeful. But for tonight, all I could do was drive. Away from the station, away from the unknown. away from the risk that had suddenly become all too real. The headlights cut through the darkness, outlining twisted branches clawing at the sky like shadowy sentinels. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white, every nerve on edge. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a flicker of doubt gnawed away at my resolve. Was I running towards safety or just deeper into danger? A sudden flicker caught my eye in the rearview mirror. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a figure standing by the side of the road, but when I blinked, there was nothing but the empty black. Still, the unease clung like a second skin. I forced myself to focus on the road, counting down the miles, willing the engine to hold out just a little longer. Then, the radio crackled, breaking the silence with a static-laced voice. If you're listening, stay off Route 12. It's not safe. The transmission cut out abruptly, leaving the car bathed in an eerie quiet once more. I swallowed hard, fingers flexing against the wheel. Whoever that was, they knew something, and I had no choice but to heed the warning. Ahead, the faint glow of a lone cabin appeared, a tiny beacon in the vast emptiness. Maybe there, I could find answers, or at least a moment's respite before the night swallowed me whole again. The cabin sat just off the road, its weathered porch sagging under the weight of years and neglect. I stepped out, the night air sharp against my skin. It smelled colder than I expected for this time of year, and my breath came out in quick white bursts. A distant owl called somewhere deep in the woods, its mournful hoot stretching into the dark. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the rough fabric scratching against my neck. The cabin's door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly as it swayed with the breeze. I hesitated, fingers curling into fists at my sides. Part of me wanted to turn the car around and drive until the road swallowed me whole, but something else, a stubborn thread of hope, made me push the door open with a slow, deliberate shove. Inside, the air was stale, thicker than outside, like it hadn't been disturbed in days. The faint glow of my flashlight swept across cracked plaster walls and dusty furniture draped in sheets. The floorboards groaned underfoot, a reminder that this place was more fragile than it looked. I could taste the dryness on my tongue, the dust settling on my lips with every breath. There was a table near the window, cluttered with papers and a rusted coffee pot. I rifled through the mess, the dry rustle of paper echoing in the quiet. Most were weather-beaten maps, some with scribbled notes in the margins, coordinates, warnings, circled areas. One page stood out, a handwritten letter, the ink smeared as if the writer had been hurried or shaken. If you're reading this, avoid the pumps on Route 12. They've been tampered with. It's not just a mistake. Someone wants us stranded. My heart sped, a cold knot forming deep in my stomach. I folded the letter carefully, tucking it into my jacket pocket. The thought of sabotage, of being deliberately stranded in this remote stretch, pushed the creeping unease into full force. But who? And why? A noise, a shuffle, faint but unmistakable, snapped me to attention. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. Nothing moved. Just the flicker of a moth skittering across a cracked window pane. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. Outside, the wind picked up. Branches scraped against the cabin walls, sharp and sudden like nails on wood. I thought I heard a voice, low and muttering, but it slipped away before I could catch the words. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone nearby, watching? Waiting? I shook my head, reminding myself not to jump at every sound. But the letter's warning gnawed at me. The pumps back on Route 12, they weren't just mislabeled. Someone had to be behind it, someone who wanted the engines to fail, the cars to die out here in the dark. I thought back to the gas station. The attendant had been nowhere in sight, just a flickering neon sign and that uneasy silence. The pumps were old, rusted, their labels peeling like sunburned skin. But the fuel was definitely wrong, something heavier, thicker. I could almost taste it, bitter and raw on my tongue. I needed answers. Not just for me, but for anyone else who might get caught in this mess. The thought of more cars stranded, more people helpless in the night, tightened a cold fist around my chest. I searched the cabin further, finding a battered radio on a shelf. It crackled when I turned it on, static spilling out like a flood, but no clear signal. Then, a voice, low, urgent, clipped words breaking through the white noise. Danger. Pumps. Route 12, don't trust. The transmission cut out again, swallowed by static. I slammed a fist onto the table, frustration burning through me. Someone was trying to warn people, but from where? And why hadn't I heard more? I sat down heavily, leaning over the table, hands trembling. The isolation pressed in on me, the silence thick and suffocating. I thought about the figure I'd seen, or thought I saw, in the rearview mirror. Was it real? Or just a trick of the light and my fraying nerves? The radio crackled once more, a brief burst of static before a new voice came through, clearer this time. If you're out there, someone is tampering with the fuel. They want us stranded. Be careful. Don't trust the gas station. Then silence again. The words echoed in my mind, sharp and uncompromising. Someone was out there, orchestrating all this, turning a simple act like filling a tank into a gamble with life and death. I looked at the maps again, tracing the jagged lines and marked points. There were other stations, smaller and less obvious, scattered along the route. Maybe they were safe. Maybe they weren't. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin forever. The night was deepening, and the woods crept closer with every passing minute. The thought of sleeping in this place, alone with the shadows, was almost unbearable. But driving without enough fuel was a risk I wasn't willing to take. I decided then I needed to find the source. The person or people behind this. Maybe I could warn others, maybe even stop whatever it was before it got worse. The door creaked again, louder this time, and I froze. The beam of my flashlight caught a glimpse of movement, just a shadow slipping behind the trees. Hello? I called out, voice firmer than I felt. No answer. Only the rustling of leaves and the distant howl of a coyote. I swallowed, heart hammering. The night wasn't empty. It never had been. I grabbed the maps, the letter, and the radio, stuffing them into my backpack. The car waited just a few yards away, silent and patient, but the road ahead felt less like a path to safety and more like a descent into unknown territory. The wind whispered through the branches, cold and relentless. I locked the cabin door behind me, the old wood groaning shut. And then I walked toward the car, knowing this was only the beginning. The car sat just beyond the crooked fence, its headlights off, blending into the darkness like a secret waiting to be uncovered. I circled the car, flashlight in hand, trying to spot any sign of that shadow from the cabin, anything that might explain why the pumps were switched, why the engine had been guzzling fuel like a thirsty man in the desert. But the gravel crunched too loud under my boots, and I caught only the distant bark of a dog, half swallowed by the night. The radio in the glove compartment seemed to mock me with its silence. No static, no crackle, just dead air. I flipped it on once more, fingers trembling. A low beep, then nothing. It was as if the whole world had decided to press pause. I slid into the driver's seat, the leather cold and stiff beneath me. The dashboard lights blinked to life, casting a dull green glow over the cracked windshield. I pulled the letter out again, scanning the scrawled handwriting in the dim light. The pumps aren't what they seem. They've been switched. It's deliberate. The wrong fuel will ruin your engine, strand you out here. Don't trust the signs. The words echoed louder than I expected. Deliberate. Someone had planned this. Someone wanted people caught helpless, broken down, miles from anywhere. I flicked the ignition. The engine coughed, then roared unevenly. The gauge dipped fast, a needle dancing closer to empty with every second. This wasn't just a malfunction, it was sabotage. A trap set to catch anyone desperate enough to fill up at that station. I swallowed hard and tried to think. Who would do this? And why? The gas station was barely a blip on the map, a forgotten pit stop for locals and the occasional traveler. Yet here I was, caught in its snare. Then it hit me, the letter mentioned a name. A person, maybe. But the signature was smudged, illegible. I fumbled through the backpack, pulling out the folded piece of paper again. There was a second note taped to the back, smaller, almost hidden. If you're reading this, it means you're already part of the game. There's no turning back now. My skin prickled. A game. Like a twisted joke. I slammed the glove box shut, heart hammering. The truth settled over me like the cold night air. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. It wasn't accidental. Someone was watching. Someone was waiting. The headlights behind me flickered briefly. I whipped around, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing but the empty road stretching away, swallowed by shadows. I tried the ignition again, slower this time, hoping maybe the engine would hold just long enough to get me out. The gauge plummeted faster, the needle stabbing the red zone. The car shuddered violently, the engine stuttering like a dying beast. I slammed my hand on the steering wheel, breath shallow. No way was I going to get far on this fuel. Not with the wrong type sloshing in the tank, corroding the engine from the inside. I thought about the cabin, about the maps and the radio. If the pumps were switched, maybe others had fallen into the same trap. Maybe I wasn't alone. But where were they? And more importantly, where was the person responsible? I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Just one bar. Weak enough to be useless, but it was something. I tapped the screen again and again, watching the battery drain. No messages, no calls, no sign of life. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Then I heard it, a faint sound from the trees. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone moving just beyond the edge of the headlight's reach. I froze, every muscle tight. The flashlight trembled in my grip, casting long, jittery shadows against the trunks. Who's there? My voice cracked, too loud in the stillness. No answer. Only the rustling of leaves and the distant howl of that coyote again. Closer this time. I considered driving off, ignition or not. But the engine was barely holding on, and the car was a sitting duck. The footsteps stopped. Then a voice, low and calm, drifted through the dark. You shouldn't be here. I swallowed. Neither should you. A pause. The voice was quiet but firm, somehow both near and far. Didn't you see the signs? The warnings? I shook my head, trying to keep steady. There were no signs. Just wrong pumps. The figure stepped out into the light, a man wearing a worn jacket and a tired expression. Lines cut deep into his face, eyes sharp and wary. You're lucky to be alive, he said. Most don't figure it out until it's too late. Why do this? I asked, voice shaking despite myself. Who benefits? He looked away, jaw tight. It's not about who benefits. It's about control. About keeping people out. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled. I wanted to argue, to tell him he was wrong, but the weight in his words stopped me. There was a finality to them, like a closed door slamming shut. Look, he said, stepping closer, there's no easy way out of this. You've got the wrong fuel, your car's dying, and the next town is hours away. You're stuck. I glanced down at the dashboard, the needle trembling over empty. Stuck, I repeated, the word tasting bitter. He nodded. You can try to walk, but the woods here, people disappear. No one hears you. The cold settled in deeper, seeping through my jacket. I clenched my fists, trying to push back the creeping panic. Then what? I asked. What do I do now? He shrugged, a small, bitter smile tugging at his lips. You wait. Or you join the others. Others? His eyes darkened. You're not the first to fall for it. The gas station, the swapped pumps, it's been going on for years. People come through, stranded. Some find their way out. Most don't. I swallowed hard, the words sinking like stones. My mind raced. I thought about the maps, the letter, the radio. What if the others had left clues? What if I could find them? But the darkness outside was a living thing, closing in, swallowing any sliver of hope. I don't want to be part of this, I said, voice low but steady. He studied me for a long moment. None of us do. But this place, it changes things. Makes you decide what you're willing to lose. A sudden breeze rattled the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of gasoline and rust. I looked back at the car, the unreliable engine, the empty gauge. There was no turning back. Not really. The man stepped aside, motioning down the road that led deeper into the woods. Come on, he said. If you want answers, you'll have to walk. I hesitated. The road ahead was a dark ribbon, swallowed by trees and silence. But the car was a tomb, a dead weight dragging me down. And now, I was caught. I grabbed the backpack tighter, the letter burning a promise in my pocket. The first step was the hardest. I turned off the engine for good, the silence that followed absolute. Then I stepped out into the night, into the unknown. The road stretched ahead, a wavering ribbon swallowed by thick shadows and the murmurs of the night. I followed the man's slow, steady pace, each step crunching on dry leaves and broken twigs. The air was cold, sharp, like it bit into my lungs and carried that faint, unsettling scent of gasoline mixed with something else, something metallic and old. Rust, maybe. Or decay. I couldn't tell, but it stuck to my nostrils like a warning. The trees leaned in closer as we walked, their branches scratching the sky, blocking what little moonlight there was. It wasn't just darkness. It was a presence, pressing down, urging me to turn back. But something held me there, like a thread tying me to the man's words, to the promise of answers. Why are you helping me? I finally asked, voice barely above a whisper. My breath made tiny clouds in the air. He didn't look at me. Because I've been where you are. Because you can't fix this alone. I swallowed hard, eyes adjusting to the shifting shadows. What exactly is this place? The gas station. The pumps. The people disappearing. It's like a trap. He stopped walking, turned to face me. The faint glow from a distant flickering sign cast half his face in light, the other half lost in shadow. You're not wrong. This place feeds on desperation. People come through, stranded. Some find their way out. Most don't. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if it was relief or dread. Most don't. The words echoed, heavy and final. The silence stretched between us, thick enough to choke on. Then came the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, a distant bark, sharp and sudden, cutting through the quiet like an item. My stomach tightened. It wasn't a dog I recognized. Not one from a nearby farm or a pet lost in the wilderness. It was raw, wild. A reminder that I was far from safe. "Listen," he said, motioning with a hand. "There's a cabin up ahead. It's not much, but it's dry. We can rest there for a bit. Maybe find something useful." The thought of shelter was tempting. The cold was creeping deeper now, settling into my bones. But the road behind us, the one I'd come from, called out with a hollow emptiness. My car, my failed lifeline, sat there like a corpse, useless and silent. "Do you think I can fix it?" I asked, voice cracking. "The engine. The fuel. It's fighting me every step." He shook his head slowly. "No. Not with what you've got. The pumps were switched diesel where there should have been unleaded. That engine's been starving and suffocating at the same time. It's a slow death." I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. The frustration bubbled up, sharp and bitter. Why would someone do that? It's not just a mistake. He gave a bitter laugh. Mistake's too kind a word. Someone wants to trap people here. Keep them off the roads. Off the maps. You're not the first to fall into it. His words settled like stones in my gut. Trapped. Off the maps. The realization hit harder than I expected. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. We moved again, the cabin coming into view, a squat, weather-beaten structure nestled between gnarled pines. The windows were dark, the door slightly ajar. A faint smell of wood smoke drifted out, promising warmth. Inside, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet, the air thick with dust and the faint musk of damp earth and old paper. A small wood stove sat cold in one corner, surrounded by a scattering of rusted tools and empty cans. The walls were bare except for a faded calendar, its dates long past. He pulled a battered flashlight from his pack, flicking it on. The beam illuminated a table cluttered with maps, notebooks, and a cracked radio. I stepped closer, drawn to the radio's silent promise. "Try it," he said. "Maybe there's a signal." I fiddled with the knobs, static hissing and popping through the speaker. Then, a voice, distant, strained, but unmistakably human. "If you're out there, listen. Don't trust the pumps. Keep moving. Find the markers. The road changes after the old bridge. Stay off the main paths." The message cut off abruptly, leaving the room thick with unspoken warnings. "Markers?" I echoed. "What markers?" He sat down heavily, rubbing his face with tired hands. "There are signs, small ones, carved into trees or rocks. They lead you through the safe spots, places where the road hasn't been swallowed yet." "Safe spots? So there's a way out?" He shrugged. "Maybe. But the markers aren't easy to find, and whoever set this up doesn't want you leaving." A sudden noise outside made me jump, a low, guttural growl, followed by a scrape against the cabin's wooden siding. My breath caught, every muscle tensing. "Stay quiet," the man hissed, moving to the doorway. "They're close." I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster cold against my skin. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst. Outside, the noises grew, scratches, shuffles, the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. I tried to calm my racing thoughts. This wasn't some creature from a nightmare. No, it was human. Always had been. And that made it worse. "What do they want?" I whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed a length of rope from the table, knotting it with practiced hands. "Trust me," he said. We need to be ready. The door creaked, then slammed shut with a finality that sent dust motes swirling through the flashlight beam. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft tapping at the window. A shadow flickered across the glass. My hands trembled so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just the tapping again, more insistent this time. The man moved to the window, peered out into the blackness. "They're testing us." I swallowed hard, the taste of metal on my tongue. The faint gasoline smell was stronger now, mixed with damp earth and something else, fear. I blinked, trying to focus. The darkness outside wasn't just absence of light. It was a wall, closing in. "We have to move," he said quietly. "Now!" I nodded, the rope tight in my hands, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down like the night itself. The engine in my car might be dead, but the threat beyond this cabin was very much alive. And it wasn't waiting patiently. We stepped outside together, swallowed by the trees, the road ahead folding into shadows deeper than I'd ever known. Fog clung to the empty streets, swallowing the faint hum of distant traffic as night deepened its hold. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and gasoline as we stepped away from the cabin, swallowed by the darkness that seemed to press in from every side. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches scratching at the black sky. My hands still trembled, the rope slipping slightly in my grasp. The man's words echoed in my mind, "They're testing us." But who? And what were they waiting for? We moved cautiously, the crunch of dead leaves underfoot sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. Every shadow looked like it might shift, every sound a whisper of something unseen. I tried to steady my breathing, to remind myself that fear was just a trick of the mind. But the cold knotted my skin, and a chill ran down my spine I couldn't shake. We reached the edge of the tree line where the road stretched out like a dark ribbon, disappearing into the void. My car sat there, a dull silhouette under the weak glow of a flickering street lamp. Its engine was silent now, but the memory of that impossible fuel consumption haunted me. The pumps at the station, mislabeled wrong fuel, had turned every trip into a gamble with failure, a slow death for the engine that carried me into isolation. I wondered if the man beside me had felt it too, the creeping dread that the machine meant to save me could just as easily betray. "I don't know how much farther I can go," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. The rope felt heavier with every step, a reminder of the night's strange and terrible weight. He nodded, eyes fixed on the road ahead. "We'll find a way." "We have to." I wanted to believe him, but the darkness was relentless. It swallowed sound and shape alike, turning familiar things into threats. Even the occasional bark of a distant dog seemed too deliberate, as if the night itself was alive and watching. We walked in silence for a while, the tension between us as tangible as the cold. Then, without warning, the man stopped and pulled something from his pocket, a crumpled piece of paper, edges worn and stained. He handed it to me. "Found this back at the station," he said. "Looks like a receipt or a note. Something about the pumps. There's a name, a number. Maybe a clue." I unfolded the paper carefully, the thin material rough between my fingers. The ink was smudged, but I could make out a business name and a phone number scribbled hastily beneath it. My mind raced. Could this be the key to understanding what had gone wrong? To exposing whoever was behind the sabotage? Any signal? I asked, glancing at my phone. The screen was blank, no bars, no hope. He shook his head. "Not here. We'll have to reach the nearest town. Keep moving." I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing. I wanted to argue, to say we should stay put, to wait until daylight. but I knew better. Out here, in the silence and shadow, waiting felt like surrender. Survival meant moving forward, even if every step was a risk. As we walked, the man told me about the rumors he'd heard, stories of a local who'd been messing with the pumps, trying to drive away outsiders. A petty revenge? Or something darker? The uncertainty gnawed at me. What if this was only the surface of something far worse? The road stretched endlessly, the cracked pavement slick with dew. My legs ached, and the rope had begun to chafe my skin. But the promise of answers pushed me onward, a fragile thread holding back the tide of fear. Hours passed. Dawn crept slowly across the horizon, pale and hesitant. When the first light touched the trees, I felt a flicker of hope. We were no longer completely alone in the dark. We reached the town just as the sun rose, a sleepy place with peeling paint and shuttered windows. The man led me to a small diner, its neon sign buzzing faintly. Inside, the smell of coffee and fried eggs was a sharp contrast to the night's cold emptiness. I sat at the counter, staring at the paper in my hand. The number was still there, a lifeline. I dialed with trembling fingers. "Hello?" A voice answered on the other end, wary but not unkind. I told them about the pumps, the mislabeled fuel, the engine's rapid failure. The voice grew quiet, then spoke carefully. "You're not the first to call about this. There's been complaints, but no proof. We're investigating." Relief and frustration tangled inside me. We weren't alone in this. But the threat wasn't over. After hanging up, I looked out the window at the waking town. The man beside me was silent, watching the street. I realized then how much I'd changed. The fear that had gripped me was still there, but so was something else, a quiet strength, forged in the cold night and the shadows that had tested us. I thought about the road ahead, the unknown dangers still lurking beyond the gas station's flickering lights. But I also thought about the dawn, about the fragile light that follows darkness. Maybe that was what mattered most, the courage to keep moving, even when the night seemed endless. The man spoke softly, breaking the silence. "You're not the same person who started this trip." "Neither am I." I nodded, feeling the truth in his words. We had been changed by what we'd faced, not broken, but marked. The road was still uncertain, but for the first time, I believed we might make it through. Outside, the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows and chasing the night away. The engine might have betrayed me before, but now I understood something deeper. Sometimes survival wasn't about the machine. It was about the will to keep going, even when everything seemed lost. I took a deep breath, tasting the bittersweet tang of coffee and hope. The echoes of the night would stay with me, the fear, the silence, the tapping at the window. But so would the strength I'd found in facing them. As we stepped back into the morning light, the darkness behind us felt less like a trap and more like a memory, one I would carry, but no longer fear. Story 3, Time Loop at mile marker 112, Haunted Rest Stop Mystery. I never thought a rest stop could make you question your own mind. It was late September, the kind of evening where the sun hangs low, squeezing the sky into shades of bruised purple and burnt orange. I pulled off the highway onto the gravel shoulder just past mile marker 112, where a small rest area sat like an afterthought, 2 rusted picnic tables, a faded sign warning of no overnight parking, and a single squat restroom building that might have been painted once but had since surrendered to peeling gray. The air smelled faintly of diesel and damp earth, a mixture that always reminded me of long drives and too many hours spent behind a wheel. I was supposed to be on my way home, but my phone was nearly dead, and the last gas station had been another 20 miles back. This spot was my usual pit stop on the route between Chicago and my parents' house in rural Ohio. I'd stopped here twice before on this trip, quick breaks to stretch and check the map, nothing unusual. I turned off the engine, and the sudden silence felt too complete, like a vacuum swallowing up sounds. No distant traffic, no birds, just the faint hum of the highway far off. I glanced down at my phone. The screen blinked off and then back on, but the clock read 3:07 a.m. again. That couldn't be right. I just checked it a few minutes ago, and it was nearly 8:30 p.m. I locked the screen and unlocked it. Same thing. The clock had reset. I tapped the settings, glanced at the date. September 12th, 2017. I frowned. I'd sworn it was 2021. Maybe the battery was glitching. I rebooted the phone, hoping for a fix. When it came back on, the clock still read 3:07 a.m., and the date was stuck on that same day 4 years ago. I pinched the screen and tried to open the calendar app. It showed 2017 all over. My hands trembled slightly, the cold creeping in. That's impossible. I looked up toward the restroom. The parking lot was empty except for a dusty white sedan parked near the entrance. A man stood by the car, smoking, his back to me. He wore a heavy jacket despite the mild evening. The cigarette smoke curled into the air, carrying the sharp scent of tobacco and something metallic. I pulled my jacket tighter and walked over. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you know what time it is?" He turned slowly. His face was pale and drawn, eyes glassy but alert. "It's 3:07 a.m., he said without hesitation. I blinked. "But it's still daylight out." He nodded as if that explained everything. "Yeah, they keep the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows on here all night. You just missed the last bus." He took a long drag from his cigarette. "You're lucky you found a spot." I glanced at his car. It looked like it had been there for weeks, layers of dust, and old parking tickets stuck to the windshield. "What year is it?" I asked, hesitating. He narrowed his eyes. 2017. What year do you think it is?" 2021, I said cautiously. He laughed, but there was no real humor in it. "No, it's 2017. You must have been out cold or something." I stepped back, my mind racing. The air suddenly felt thicker, harder to breathe. "Listen, I think there's some kind of mistake. My phone's clock keeps resetting, and, well, now you're telling me it's a different year." He shrugged and flicked the cigarette to the ground. "You've been at this rest stop before, haven't you?" I nodded. "Yeah, twice on this trip." "Then you know how it works," he said, voice low. "Come back here, and everything resets. Like clockwork." "Works? What do you mean?" My voice cracked. He hesitated, then pointed toward the restroom building. "You see that? It's been here since before I can remember. People come and go, but the clock, it doesn't move forward. Not here." I shivered. The sky was darkening faster now, the wind picking up, rattling the metal sign. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just a glitch. It felt deliberate, like a trap. Why would anyone want to trap people here? I asked. He shrugged again, beginning to walk away. "Maybe they don't. Maybe it's just a place where time's forgotten. Or maybe we're the ones who forgot time." Before I could ask more, he disappeared behind the building. I stood alone, the chill settling into my bones. I glanced down again at my phone. Still 3:07 a.m., September 12th, 2017. And then I noticed something else. The battery icon wasn't just low. It was completely frozen at 1%. No matter what I did, it wouldn't change. I slid it back into my pocket and looked around. The rest area felt more isolated than ever. The faint glow of a flickering street lamp cast long shadows across the cracked pavement. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice and then silence. I thought about turning around, getting back on the highway and driving through the night, but something held me there. A knot tightened in my stomach. I needed to understand what was happening. I walked toward the restroom, the cold concrete steps rough beneath my fingers when I reached out for balance. The door creaked open, and the stale, disinfectant smell hit me. I found the mirror cracked in a jagged line near the bottom, and my reflection looked stranger than usual. A face I recognized, but also not quite. The edges blurred, like an old photograph left in the sun too long. I shook my head and stepped outside. The man was nowhere to be seen. Only the sound of the highway, faint but steady, and the restless wind stirring dry leaves along the asphalt. I sat down on one of the benches, the rough wood splintering slightly under my palms. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart racing. A text message. No contact name, just 5 digits, 2017. The message read, "You don't belong here." The screen flickered and went dark. I swallowed hard. This wasn't a glitch. Something was very wrong with this place. And with me. I didn't know it yet, but I was already caught. I sat on the weathered bench long after the highway noise faded into a dull hum, staring at my dead phone screen. I glanced around, the cold air prickling my skin. The wind picked up, rattling the rusted signpost that listed the rest area's rules and hours. The flickering overhead light buzzed and sputtered, casting long, jittery shadows across the cracked asphalt. A dog barked somewhere far off, but the sound was muffled, as if coming through thick fog. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for a signal, a sign, anything. The clock had reset to 12 a.m., the date blinking back at me like a taunt. I tapped and swiped, but the screen froze, then went black. The charging port was clean. I tried a new cable earlier, so it wasn't hardware. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just a glitch. I stood up, muscles stiff from sitting too long, and started pacing the small parking lot. The faces of the few cars parked here were blank and still, as if frozen in time. I thought about the man who had disappeared when I checked the restroom. Had he been real? Or just another piece in this strange puzzle? I knew I needed answers, but I couldn't go back to the highway just yet. Not until I had some idea what this place was doing to people or what people were doing here. The next morning, I returned with fresh resolve. I woke up in my car, the clock on the dashboard blinking 12 o'clock again. I shook my head, the edges of my vision slightly blurry, but the smell of burnt coffee from a thermos I'd forgotten about grounded me. I could still taste the bitter dregs on my tongue, a reminder that I was real, at least in some way. I walked toward the small convenience kiosk at the edge of the lot. Its windows were grimy, the neon open sign flickering erratically. Inside, a woman sat behind the counter, her eyes red-rimmed and glassy. She looked up as I approached, her smile tight, almost strained. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "Can I get a coffee?" "Black." She nodded without speaking, pouring a cup from a drip machine that hissed and sputtered like it was on its last legs. The smell was weak, watery, but I took it gratefully. "Do you remember what year it is?" I asked, sliding a folded 20 across the counter. She blinked, hesitation flickering in her eyes. "It's 2017, she said quietly. I frowned. "No, it's 2024. At least, that's what my phone says." She shook her head, and her hands trembled slightly as she reached for a pack of gum. "Phones don't work right here. You've been here before, haven't you?" I froze. The words hit harder than I expected. "How do you know that?" She glanced down at the counter, then back up. You and the others. We all get stuck. Some come back different. Others? What do you mean? Her voice dropped to a whisper. There are people who stop here, like you, and then they forget who they are, where they're from. They start believing it's 2017, that the rest area is all there is. It's like their memories get erased. I swallowed, feeling a tight knot twist in my stomach. Why? How? She shrugged, eyes darting toward the door nervously. I don't know. But you're not the only one trying to figure it out. There's a group of travelers, like us, who meet here sometimes. We share what we remember. We try to hold on. Can I meet them? Her gaze lingered on mine for a moment too long. Maybe tonight. If you're still here. I nodded, clutching the warm coffee cup as if it could anchor me. It tasted faintly of hope and desperation. I spent the afternoon roaming the rest area, looking for more clues. The bathrooms were locked, the door to the small maintenance shed chained. The vending machines stood silent, their glass fronts dusty but scuffed with fingerprints and faint smudges of dried syrup. I found scraps of paper wedged under a bench, faded notes scrawled in hurried handwriting. One read, "Don't trust the clock. It lies." Another, "They watch. Remember." The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me as I moved. My phone buzzed again, a new message, this time from a different number, 2018. You're running out of time. My hands trembled. I wanted to throw the phone, smash it against the rough wood of the bench, but I didn't. Instead, I pocketed it and headed back to the kiosk, hoping the woman would still be there. She was, and waiting. They'll be here soon, she said, voice barely above a whisper. The others. You need to be ready. They'll ask questions. Questions like what? She looked toward the darkening sky, the first stars blinking pale and cold. Who you were. Who you want to be. And whether you remember at all. I realized then this wasn't just about time or memory. It was about identity, fragile, easily broken, and maybe impossible to reclaim. As the night deepened, a small group gathered near the edge of the lot, shadows pooling around their worn faces. They looked like travelers, but their eyes held something else: fear, confusion, maybe even resignation. One stepped forward, a man with a lined face and tired eyes. You're new, he said. His voice was rough but steady. You don't know yet, do you? This place, it takes more than time. I shook my head, heart pounding. He smiled sadly. You'll learn. We all do. Just don't lose yourself. That's the hardest part. I glanced back at my phone, its screen dark but heavy in my pocket. The clock was still stuck on midnight, the date bouncing between years like a broken metronome. Something was wrong here. Something deliberate. And I was running out of time to stop it. The cold didn't relent. I glanced down at my phone again. Midnight, the date flickering wildly between 2003, 2011, 1997. The screen's faint glow illuminated the cracked leather of my palm, but it offered no answers. The battery percentage was stuck at 7%, same as last night, same as when I first pulled over here. Except, of course, I hadn't been here last night or the night before, or so I thought. A harsh wind rattled the car. Distant headlights swept across the cracked asphalt, but no one slowed. Just the usual night traffic, passing like ghosts. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and turned to the small cluster near the lot's edge. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and something deeper: loss, maybe. Not the kind caused by an accident or a bad decision, but something permanent. like they were all waiting for something to finish them off. The man with the lined face, he called himself Henry, leaned forward, voice low. Most folks don't come back once they leave this place. Or if they do, it's not the same. He rubbed his hands together, blowing warm air into his palms. Memory's the first thing that slips. Then identity. You lose track of who you were. And before you know it, you're not sure who you want to be either. I swallowed hard. But why? What is this place? Why does this happen? My voice barely carried over the wind. Henry shook his head slowly. No one knows for sure. We think it's some kind of psychological breakdown, stress, isolation, the monotony of the road. Maybe. But it's more than that. There's something deliberate. A pattern. People don't just forget, they get erased. I frowned. Erased how? A woman stepped forward. She was younger, maybe in her late 20s, eyes sharp despite the weariness. They come in here, and the world outside seems to reset them. Like their memories get overwritten. We call it the loop, but it's no ghost story. It's real. And once you're caught in it, you're stuck. I wanted to argue, to say it sounded insane. But the way her voice cracked when she said stuck made me pause. My throat tightened. I looked back at my phone. Midnight again. The date now flashing 1997. I rubbed my hands over my face, trying to steady myself. So, what? You just wait for it to happen? Lose yourself? My words tasted bitter. One of the older men shifted uneasily. Some try to fight it. Some try to leave. But that road out? It doesn't lead anywhere. Not really. You get turned around, or you find yourself back here. Like the rest of us. I glanced toward the highway. The black ribbon of asphalt stretched endlessly in both directions, empty except for the occasional passing car. It looked normal. Too normal. Have you tried calling for help? I asked. Radio? The police? Anyone? Henry gave a bitter laugh. We're a dot on the map. No cell signal, no radio reception. And every time someone tries to report what's happening, the story changes. They forget. Or they're told they're crazy. It's why most of us keep to ourselves. His words sank in like a stone. I could almost feel the walls closing in. This wasn't just a strange quirk of memory. It was a slow, methodical erasure of everything that made you you. I moved closer to the group, the gravel crunching under my shoes. How long have you been here? Another woman, her hair streaked with gray, answered. Weeks, months, some years. Time doesn't mean much anymore. It's the forgetting that gets you. Suddenly, a new sound broke the stillness, a low rumble, mechanical and steady. We all turned toward the highway as an old delivery truck crept into the lot, engine coughing and wheezing. The driver's face was obscured by shadows, but the way he moved was stiff, unnatural. Like he didn't quite know where he was going. The truck rolled to a stop near the edge of the gathering. The driver climbed down, and something about him froze me in place. His eyes were blank, glassy. Not quite human. Or maybe too human, but disconnected. New, the man Henry, I think, whispered. He's been here a while, but the loop's getting worse for him. The driver shuffled forward, voice flat. It's 20 years ago. That's what I remember. 20 years ago? What? I said, stepping closer despite the unease gripping my chest. He blinked slowly. I'm supposed to be on a route to Chicago, but the roads, they fold back on themselves. I can't get out. I don't know who I am anymore. The group exchanged glances, a mix of pity and fear. I realized then that this wasn't just a psychological trap. It was a shared nightmare inflicted by some unseen force, maybe a person, maybe a system that preyed on travelers here. Not supernatural, but no less horrifying. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting my lungs, and made a decision. I'm not going to be another one of you. My voice was firmer than I expected. I'm going to find out what's causing this. Henry's eyes met mine, a flicker of hope or maybe warning. Once you dig too deep, there's no going back. This place, it changes you. Your memories, your sense of time, your very self. You might think you're fighting it, but the loop always wins. I felt a shiver run down my spine. What if he was right? What if I was already too late? But sitting here, trapped in fear, that was no option. I turned toward my car, the cold metal handle biting my fingers as I opened the door. I needed to get back on the road to find the source of this madness. But the moment I pressed the ignition, the dashboard flickered and went dark. The radio crackled with static, then a voice came through low, distorted, but unmistakably human. Don't leave. The hairs on my neck stood straight. My hands trembled as I reached to turn off the radio, but the voice continued. You don't understand. You can't leave. Not yet. I slammed my hand down, cutting the transmission. The silence that followed was suffocating. I sat there, heart pounding, fingers gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles whitened. Outside, the group watched in silence, eyes reflecting the dim light of the lot. I realized then that whatever force held us here wasn't just a passive trap. It was active, watching, influencing. I was no longer just a visitor. I was part of the loop now. There was no turning back. Not anymore. The silence inside the car felt thick enough to choke on. I stared at the dashboard. Dead. The clock reset to 12 o'clock. Again. My phone's screen was no better, stuck on January 1st, 2000. That date made no sense, no matter how many times I checked. It was like the rest area was caught in a broken loop, dragging time with it, twisting it until everything snapped. But who was broadcasting that voice? And why? The thought made my stomach knot. I forced myself to breathe. Slowly. In through my nose, out through my mouth. The cold night air seeped through the cracked window, carrying the scent of damp asphalt and gasoline. There was a faint rustle, a scraping sound from the trees beyond the lot. I imagined something lurking just beyond the edge of the light, waiting. I didn't want to look. But I had to. I turned my head, eyes locking on the figures huddled near the rusted vending machine. None of them moved. None of them blinked. Hey, I said, voice rough, barely louder than a whisper. Why won't you let me leave? No response. Just silence and the same blank stares. I swallowed hard. The cold was crawling under my skin now, biting into my bones, but fear was the real chill. I needed to understand. I needed someone to talk to, someone who wasn't trapped in the same silent nightmare. I opened the car door carefully, the metal cool and slick beneath my palm. The crunch of gravel beneath my boots was loud, too loud in the stillness. The group shifted then, just slightly, like a wave of shadows stirring. One of them stepped forward, a woman, maybe in her late 30s, her clothes stained with dirt and something darker I didn't want to name. You shouldn't be here, she said, voice low and steady like a warning. Her eyes were sharp, but there was exhaustion tangled in them, too. You don't know what's waiting. A lump rose in my throat. I nodded, unsure what else to do. We're all stuck, another man said, stepping close. His breath smelled of something sour and sweet, like old fruit left out too long. This place, it erases you. Your past. Your memories. Every time you try to leave, it pulls you back. Like quicksand. I swallowed again. Why? What is this place? The woman shook her head. No one knows. But it's been going on for years. Decades, maybe. People come in, and then they vanish only to show up again, like ghosts with no stories. I glanced around the lot, the flickering lights overhead sputtering uncertainly. The vending machine hummed, its buttons worn and sticky beneath my fingers as I reached out. I pressed one, nothing. The machine shuddered but didn't dispense anything. The air tasted stale, like it had been trapped in a jar and left to rot. Have you tried calling for help? I asked. The man laughed, a hollow, humorless sound. Phones don't work here. Or when they do, they reset. Like yours. The clock, the dates, everything. It's like the place rewrites itself. You lose track of time, of who you are. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. There has to be a way out. The woman looked at me then, a flicker of something fierce breaking through her weariness. There is, she said, voice barely above a whisper. But it's not what you think. Tell me. She hesitated. The lot lights dimmed for a moment, and I could swear the shadows grew longer, stretching toward us like fingers. You have to confront it. The thing that's holding us here. But it's not a monster or a ghost. It's people. People who don't want anyone to leave. That stopped me cold. People. Not some supernatural force. Real people. Watching, controlling, trapping us in this endless loop. Why? Who? I asked, breath hitching. The man stepped closer, voice dropping. Because this place is their business. Their livelihood. They keep us here, keep us confused, keep us compliant. If we forget who we are, we're easier to control. A shiver ran down my spine. My mind reeled, trying to grasp it all. A human trap. A psychological prison disguised as a rest area. The idea was almost worse than any ghost story. I looked back toward my car, the dead dashboard, the useless radio. I had to get out. I had to find proof. Suddenly, the woman's eyes flicked to the edge of the lot. They're coming, she said sharply. I turned, heart hammering. In the distance, headlights appeared, slow, deliberate. Not from the highway, but circling the rest area, a slow patrol, like vultures checking their territory. The group tensed, backs straightening, eyes narrowing. They don't like strangers poking around, the man said grimly. You don't want them to see you. I swallowed hard. My mind raced. Hide. Run. Wait. None of it seemed safe. This wasn't just a trap, it was a cage with guards. Can't we just leave? I asked, voice cracking. The woman shook her head. Not until you understand the rules. Until you know what they're willing to do to keep you here. I clenched my jaw, determination hardening inside me. I wasn't going to be another ghost in this place. Not if I could help it. The patrol car's headlights swept closer, blue and red fading like an ominous heartbeat. I glanced at the group. They looked ready to vanish into the shadows, melt into the darkness like they belonged there. But I wasn't them. I wasn't ready to disappear. Tell me everything, I said, voice steady despite the tremble in my hands. I'm listening. The woman nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. then you're already in deeper than you think. The headlights stopped just short of the lot's edge. The engine idled low, a growl in the quiet. I could hear muffled voices, clipped and urgent, like hunters communicating silently. My skin prickled. My breath hitched. I was standing at the edge of something dangerous, something nobody wanted me to see. "We have to move," the man said, urgency creeping into his tone. "They'll be here soon." I glanced back at my car. The radio was silent. The clock still reset. My phone screen was frozen. The loop wasn't just a glitch. It was a mechanism. A trap. And I was caught in the middle. I took a step forward, heart pounding so loud I was sure the others could hear. If I was going to find answers, I had to face whatever was standing just beyond that pool of light. The night air was thick, pressing against my skin like a weight. The distant hum of the patrol car's engine blended with the rustling leaves, an eerie soundtrack for a descent into the unknown. No turning back. Not now. And then, just as I moved toward the shadows, the radio in my car crackled again. Static, then a voice clearer this time, colder. "You shouldn't have come back." The voice on the radio cut through the night like a shard of ice. I blinked, the shadows around me deepening. The man beside me tensed, his eyes darting toward the tree line. "They're close," he whispered. "We don't have much time." I nodded, swallowing hard. My throat was dry. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from the weight of everything I'd seen, everything I'd learned. The rest area wasn't just a place where time reset, it was a snare. A carefully designed trap that erased pieces of people's lives, trapping them in loops until they were unrecognizable even to themselves. I looked back at my car, the dashboard light flickering erratically. The phone, still frozen on 12 o'clock, was a constant reminder of the loop's hold. I wanted to believe I could break free, but fear had a stubborn grip on my thoughts. The man crouched low, motioning for me to follow. We slipped into the shadows, the rough bark of the trees scratching my bare arms. The night smelled of pine and old leaves, the cold pressing closer with every step. Somewhere nearby, an owl called, sharp and lonely. "Who are they?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "People like us," he said, voice tight. "Trapped. But some want to keep the loop going. They don't want to lose control." It was the first time I heard anything resembling a reason, a motive beyond the endless repetition. Control. That word settled in my chest with a dull ache. We moved deeper into the woods, the rest area's glow fading behind us. I noticed how the trees grew denser, as if the forest was swallowing the space whole. My shoes crunched on dry twigs, my breath forming little clouds in the cold air. Suddenly, a voice called out from the darkness. "Stop." It was sharp, commanding. The man froze, and so did I. The sound of footsteps followed, slow, deliberate. I strained to see who was coming, but the night swallowed the figure whole until they were only shadows. "Why do you keep coming back here?" the voice demanded. I swallowed again, the knot in my stomach tightening. "Because I want to know what this place is. Why it does this to people. Some questions don't have answers that will set you free," the voice said. "You're risking more than you know." I glanced at my companion. His jaw was clenched, eyes burning with something fierce, determination, or maybe desperation. "We don't have a choice." "Not anymore." The figure stepped forward, revealing a woman with sharp features and tired eyes. Her coat was worn, and her hands were clasped tightly in front of her. "You don't understand. The loop isn't just a glitch or an accident. It's a system designed to erase people's identities. It's about control, yes, but also about survival. Survival? I echoed, confusion knotting my mind. She nodded slowly. The people who run this, they believe the world outside is collapsing. That memories are dangerous. They think if they erase who we were, they can build something new. Safer. The night pressed in around us, heavy and silent except for the distant hum of cars on the highway. I felt the weight of her words sinking deep, colder than the air on my skin. But what about the people who get trapped? I asked. Don't they matter? Her eyes flicked to mine, sharp and unblinking. They're collateral damage. Nothing more. A bitter laugh escaped me. So, we're just pawns in their game. The woman shrugged, a gesture so small but so full of resignation it cut through me. Maybe. But some of us fight back. I looked around, suddenly aware of how isolated we were. The trees, the darkness, the silence, it all felt like a cage. A cage built not from iron bars but from lost time and stolen memories. Then what do we do? I asked, voice barely steady. Find the source, she said. And shut it down. Her words hung in the air like a challenge. I felt a flicker of hope, fragile but real. Maybe this wasn't the end. Maybe I could still reclaim who I was, or at least, who I wanted to be. We moved again, the woman leading the way with purpose. The forest seemed less threatening now, more like a path to something unknown but necessary. The cold didn't bother me as much anymore. My hands stopped trembling, replaced by a steady resolve. At the edge of the woods, we found a narrow trail leading back toward the rest area. The lights flickered overhead, casting long, uneasy shadows. The radio in my car was silent now, the earlier voice gone, maybe retreating, or waiting. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. It was still frozen at 12 o'clock, but something had changed. I wasn't just a passenger in this loop anymore. I was a participant. A fighter. The next morning, I woke up in my car. The sun was weak, filtering through gray clouds. The rest area was empty, the usual hum of traffic replaced by an eerie stillness. My phone blinked once and then started counting time normally, as if the loop had loosened its grip. I sat there for a long time, hands gripping the steering wheel, mind replaying every moment from the night before. The woman's words echoed control, survival, erasure. The rest area was a trap, yes, but also a symptom of something bigger. Something darker in human nature. I realized I wasn't the same person who had pulled into that lonely spot weeks ago. The pieces of memory I thought lost felt sharper now, even if some edges remained jagged. I had a purpose now. To remember. To resist. Driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The rest area faded into the distance, a silent witness to countless forgotten faces. I didn't know what lay ahead, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going to let the loop claim me, or anyone else, without a fight. The road stretched out before me, uncertain and endless. But for the first time in a long while, I wasn't running in circles. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the faint hum of the engine, steady and real. I drove on. Story 4, Midnight Arrival, the endless ghost train. The night air was colder than I expected for early spring, the kind of chill that sneaks past your jacket and settles deep under your skin, lingering long after you've stepped inside. I hadn't planned to be at the terminal this late. Not really. But something about the place tugged at me, like a loose thread on a sweater you can't stop picking at. I told myself it was just curiosity. I was chasing a story for the local paper, a piece on forgotten infrastructure, a terminal scheduled for demolition next month. The old train stopped running years ago, but every night, at exactly 11:17, one train pulled in. No passengers, no crew, just the same deserted carriage parked like a ghost on the tracks. I know how that sounds. Ghost train, eerie silence, endless waiting. A cliché. But I heard about it from the maintenance guys, the ones who checked the tracks and never stayed long. They said the train shows up like clockwork, but no one ever boards it, and after a few minutes, it pulls away again. No one knows where it goes, or why it comes back. Some called it a joke, others shrugged it off. I wasn't sure what to believe, but something about the whole thing didn't sit right. The platform was grimier than I expected, bits of trash clinging to the cracked concrete, patches of peeling paint on the walls. I ran my hand over the rough plaster near a bench. It was sticky in places, old gum, I guessed, or maybe sap from a nearby tree. A faint smell of burnt rubber hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp but faint, like a memory you can't quite place. The terminal felt suspended in time, like the rest of the city had moved on and left this little pocket behind. I checked my watch. 11:12, 5 minutes until the train. I settled onto the bench, the cold creeping through my jeans. My fingers tapped against the chipped metal armrest, a nervous rhythm I couldn't quite control. The station was deserted, and the silence seemed almost deliberate. Not the comforting kind, but the kind that presses down on your chest. Pretty dead, huh? A voice broke the stillness. I turned. A man had appeared out of the shadows near the ticket booth. Mid-30s, scruffy beard, a jacket too thin for the weather. He gave me a half smile, the kind that looked like it was holding back something. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Waiting for the train." He nodded, stepping closer, hands shoved in his pockets. "You here for the same reason I am?" I hesitated. "You mean the train that comes every night?" "Exactly." He chuckled, but it sounded hollow. "They say no one ever boards it. Or if they do, they never come back." I laughed, but it caught in my throat. "Sounds like an urban legend." He shrugged. "Maybe. But I've been watching for weeks now. Always the same. No conductor, no passengers. Just waits." I glanced down the tracks, the metal gleaming faintly under the street lamp's faltering light. The air smelled colder here, a biting edge that made my nose itch. I could hear the distant rumble of the city behind us, but here, it was like stepping into a different world. "Why do you keep coming back?" I asked. He shrugged again. "I don't know. Maybe it's the waiting. The not knowing. There's something about it." Before I could answer, a low rumble started far down the tracks. My pulse quickened, the sound growing louder, more insistent. The man straightened, eyes fixed on the curve ahead. The platform seemed to hold its breath. A train emerged from the darkness, a long, silver beast, sleek and silent except for the soft screech of metal on metal as it slowed to a stop. The doors hissed open, but no one stepped out. No lights flickered inside the carriage, no movement. Just an empty train waiting to pick up ghosts. The man turned to me, voice barely above a whisper. "Ever wonder who's on that train? Or where it goes?" I nodded, but the answer felt like a trap. Something about the whole scene was off, like the train belonged to a different time, or a different world altogether. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if the seconds stretched and folded back on themselves. I wanted to ask more, to understand why the place made my skin crawl, but the words caught in my throat. The man glanced at his watch, then at me. "They say if you board, you never leave. That time stops inside. You wait. And wait. Days, maybe years. No one knows. Silence. Complete silence." The train's doors closed with a soft thud. It pulled away, vanishing into the night without a sound, leaving nothing but the faint smell of burnt rubber and an echo that settled deep in my chest. I sat back down, hands trembling slightly. The wind tugged at my jacket, carrying with it the faintest whisper of something I couldn't place. Time didn't feel right here. Not just because of the train, but because of the waiting. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out how long it could last. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced with the restless breeze. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, a sharp, lonely sound that broke the heavy quiet. I pulled my collar tighter, trying to anchor myself to the moment, but the weight of uncertainty pressed harder. Every second stretched thin, as if the night itself held its breath, waiting for something I couldn't name. I stayed rooted to the bench long after the train disappeared, the smell of burnt rubber lingering like a bad memory pressed against my nostrils. The streetlights flickered again, casting those long, twitching shadows that seemed to stretch and retract like breath. Somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, sharp and urgent, then silence swallowed the sound as if it never existed. I glanced around, the empty terminal stretching out in all directions, a cavernous space that swallowed everything but the faint hum of the distant city. I told myself I wasn't imagining it, the stillness, the waiting, like everything was paused, held hostage by some unseen hand. I pulled my phone from my pocket, the screen lighting up with a dull glow. No signal. Of course. Not that I expected to get one here. I checked the time. 3:15 a.m. The clock on the terminal wall flickered, its numbers wavering as if struggling to stay alive. I tapped it lightly. Nothing. The thing was broken, or maybe just lying. I sat back, fingers curling into my palms. I needed to understand what I'd seen. What was happening here? Was it real? Some trick of the mind? I'd read about these kinds of places before, the forgotten edges of the city where time tangled and logic frayed. But this was different. It felt alive, like the place was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I decided to walk. The benches, the platform, the cracked tiles beneath my feet, all soaked in that strange, suspended quiet. I tried to memorize the layout, every crack, every flickering bulb. If I was going to come back, I wanted to know this place like the back of my hand. The air smelled faintly of oil and dust, with a distant hint of something metallic, like rusted iron left out in rain. It clung to my throat as I breathed, making me cough softly. As I wandered along the platform, a movement caught my eye, a shadow shifting just beyond the edge of the terminal, where the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows failed to reach. I stopped. My breath hitched. A man stepped forward, his face obscured by the hood of a dark jacket. He moved slowly, deliberately, as if he knew I'd notice. "Hey," I called out, my voice rough and unsure. He didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. The wind tugged at his jacket, making the fabric snap quietly. I tried to read his expression, but the shadows swallowed it whole. There was something off about him, too still, too controlled. "Are you waiting for the train too?" I asked, stepping closer. He finally spoke, voice low and dry. "I don't board." That short sentence sent a shiver down my spine. There was no menace in his tone, just finality. Like he'd made a decision I wasn't meant to understand. "Why not?" I pressed, curious despite myself. He shrugged, a small, bitter smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. "Because once you get on, it never ends. You wait. And wait. Days, maybe years. No one knows." I swallowed hard. That was exactly what I'd been told. Exactly what I'd seen. "How do you know?" He looked at me then, eyes sharp and tired. Because I've been here longer than you. Longer than most. Watching people come and go, or at least try to. Some never leave this place. Some, they vanish without a trace. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Vanished? He nodded. Like they were never here. No calls, no messages. No one's heard from them since. I thought about the missing persons reports I'd skimmed earlier, the names that haunted the edges of my mind. Could they be connected? Could this empty terminal be the reason? Have you tried to help them? I asked, the words coming out before I could stop myself. He shook his head slowly. You help people by moving forward. But here, you don't move. You wait. You lose yourself. A knot tightened in my stomach. What if I don't board? What then? He shrugged again, but this time it felt heavier, like a weight pressing down on his shoulders. Then you wait. Maybe you get out. Maybe you don't. His words echoed in the hollow space around us. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but something about his resignation stopped me. Instead, I nodded slowly, trying to process what he'd said. He glanced over his shoulder toward the far end of the platform. You're not the first to come here chasing answers. Some get desperate. They start asking the wrong questions, looking where they shouldn't. I frowned. What do you mean? Before he could answer, a faint sound rolled through the terminal, a distant, rhythmic clatter. The train. It was coming back. The man's eyes darkened. That's your cue. You can stay, or you can leave. But remember, this place doesn't like visitors. I swallowed. The platform suddenly felt too small, the shadows too deep. The wind picked up, carrying that strange metallic scent again, sharper now, almost bitter. The lights flickered more violently, casting the terminal into brief darkness before sputtering back to life. The man stepped back into the shadows, his figure dissolving like smoke. I wanted to call after him, to ask where he came from or why he stayed. But the sound of the approaching train filled the space between us, a steady, ominous pulse that hammered in my chest. I stood frozen, heart slamming against my ribs as the train's headlights pierced the night, casting long, harsh beams across the cracked tiles. The doors hissed open, revealing that same empty interior. No passengers. No driver visible. I looked down the platform, searching for the man, but he was gone. A voice inside me whispered that I shouldn't get on. That the waiting would come for me too if I did. But the questions were growing louder. What was this place? Why did time seem to bend and break here? And who or what was making sure no one left? I took a step back as the doors began to close. A sudden gust of wind blew through the terminal, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible sound like a whisper. I turned, sure I'd imagined it, but the silence stretched out, thick and heavy. The train pulled away again, vanishing into the night without a sound. I was alone once more. But this time, I wasn't sure how long I could wait. The night air was colder now, sharper, cutting through the thin jacket I'd grabbed on a whim. The train had disappeared into the blackness, leaving behind only that stale, metallic scent, the same one that clung to the air every time it arrived. I remembered the man, the one who'd vanished moments before the doors slid open. Where had he gone? Had he run, or simply melted into the shadows? The thought didn't sit right. Something about him felt deliberate, as if he was part of the station's machinery, a cog I hadn't yet understood. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and forced myself to move away from the wall. The platform stretched on endlessly in either direction, but the only sign of life was a cracked, faded timetable nailed to a rusted post. The paper was yellowed and curling at the edges, the ink smudged and nearly illegible in the dim light. I squinted at the columns, trying to make sense of it. Every train listed was marked cancelled or delayed indefinitely. No schedules, just empty promises. I crouched down and ran a finger across the rough surface of the timetable, feeling the brittle paper crumble slightly beneath my touch. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft scuffling, like footsteps approaching carefully on the gravel behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just shadows stretching between the beams of light. My breath hitched. Heart pounding, I told myself I was imagining things. But the station had a way of twisting reality, turning the ordinary into something sinister. A voice broke the silence, low and rough. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. The voice was close, but I couldn't see anyone. No figure stepped out of the darkness. My eyes darted from shadow to shadow, searching for the source. "Who's there?" I managed, voice cracking. Not a good place for questions. The voice was closer now, just beyond the edge of the light. "You don't know what you're up against." I swallowed hard, the words sinking in. Up against what? The train? The waiting? The man who'd slipped away? Everything was a tangle I couldn't unravel. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "I just want to understand. Why does the train come every night? Why does no one ever leave?" There was a pause, long enough for the silence to press in. Then, a figure emerged, a man, mid-30s, unshaven, wearing a heavy coat that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. His eyes were sharp, tired, but not unkind. "You're already past the point of no return," he said quietly, stepping closer. "You think this is about a train or an empty terminal? It isn't. It's about waiting, endless, unyielding waiting. Once you step onto that platform, you're part of the cycle." I shook my head, disbelief rising. But I could leave. I walked here. I can walk out. He laughed, a sound that scraped against the air, harsh and bitter. "You think it's that simple? This place, it traps you. Not with chains or bars. With something worse. Time doesn't move like it should. Days blend into years. People lose themselves waiting, forgetting what they came for." I swallowed again, the dry air catching in my throat. "Then what happens to the people who board the train?" His eyes darkened. "They're stuck. Not dead, not alive really. Just waiting. Waiting for a chance that never comes. The train brings them to the station, but the station never lets them leave. They circle back, over and over, lost in the same moment." I felt nausea rise. The weight of his words settled over me like a thick fog. "Why? Why would anyone?" "Control," he interrupted sharply. "There's someone who runs this. Someone who benefits from the endless waiting. You think it's a coincidence the train pulls in every night, always empty? It's a system. A trap. And it's been working for years." I stared at him, disbelief warring with a creeping sense of dread. "How do you know all this?" He looked away, jaw tight. "I was one of them. I boarded that train once. Thought I could beat it, escape. But the station got under my skin. I waited, just like the others. Days turned into months. I lost track. Lost myself." I swallowed hard, the cold now seeping into my bones. "Then how are you here now?" He hesitated, then said, "I found a way out the platform. Barely. But the price was losing everything. My mind, my memories. I'm not the same person anymore. I wanted to ask what that meant, but before I could, the distant rumble of the train echoed through the tunnel again. The same steady, ominous pulse that had haunted me since I arrived. He glanced toward the sound, eyes sharp with warning. That's your choice now. Get on and join the waiting, or walk away and try to forget. I looked down the track. The train's headlights pierced the darkness once more, the doors sliding open with that same hiss. Empty inside. Silent. Waiting. I thought about the man who had disappeared earlier, the whispered warnings, the smell of metal and decay, the endless stretch of forgotten time. My hands trembled. I wanted answers, but I wasn't sure I wanted to pay the cost. Not really. I can leave, I said, voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head. No. You can't, not anymore. The moment you stayed to ask, to listen, that was the point of no return. Cold dread settled deep in my chest. The platform suddenly felt smaller, the light dimmer, the silence heavier. The train doors began to close. I took a step forward, then stopped, breath caught in my throat. Behind me, the man's eyes held mine, full of something I couldn't name. Regret. Warning? Acceptance? The door shut, sealing the empty car in darkness. I glanced down the tracks, then back at the platform. No way back. Only forward. And the waiting. Endless waiting. The doors slid shut with a hiss that seemed to swallow the faintest echoes of the platform. I took a breath I didn't realize I was holding and stepped away from the doors, the cold concrete scraping against the soles of my shoes, rough and unforgiving. The platform stretched ahead, an endless corridor of shadows and silence that felt less like a place and more like a trap. The air smelled stale, like something old decaying just beneath the surface, but I couldn't pinpoint what. I didn't want to move, but I couldn't stay. Something about that train, the way it came every night, empty, waiting, felt less like a machine and more like a living thing, patient and hungry. I could almost hear it breathing, slow and steady, waiting for the next passenger to step inside. The man's words echoed again. No. You can't, not anymore. I swallowed hard, the dry air catching in my throat. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing the crumpled note the man had pressed into my hand earlier. I unfolded it again, the ink smudged but still legible. It was a warning, a plea, a confession. Don't board. Don't wait. Don't disappear. But here I was, feet planted on the platform, heart hammering like a trapped animal. The faint hum of the station lights flickered overhead, buzzing with an uneasy rhythm. I looked up at them, at the peeling paint and rusted beams that framed this forgotten place. It wasn't just decay, it was neglect, abandonment by time itself. I needed to understand what was happening, even if it meant facing whatever darkness lurked here. I couldn't let the man's disappearance be the end of the story. I needed to know what had trapped him, and everyone else, in this endless loop. I started walking toward the far end of the platform, where the tracks disappeared into a thick blanket of fog. The night pressed in around me, heavy and cold. My breath came out in sharp puffs, misting in the air. It smelled like wet concrete and rusted iron, with a faint hint of something metallic underneath. Blood? I didn't want to think about it too hard. A noise cracked the silence, soft, almost hesitant. Footsteps. Not mine. I froze. My skin prickled with awareness, every nerve on edge. The platform was supposed to be empty, but something or someone was moving in the dark. Hello? My voice sounded small, unsure. No answer. Only the soft scrape of shoes against the concrete, drawing closer. I took a step back, heart speeding up so fast I thought it might burst. The faint glow of the station lights barely penetrated the fog, casting long, distorted shadows that danced just beyond my vision. I tried to make out a figure, but all I saw was blackness shifting. "Who's there?" I tried again, voice steadier this time. A shape emerged, limping slightly, hands shoved deep into the pockets of a worn coat. His face was pale, eyes sunken and darting like a cornered animal. He looked as lost as I felt. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low and rough, like gravel in his throat. "No one leaves once they're caught." "Caught?" I whispered, the word hanging in the air like a warning. He didn't answer, just looked away, toward the tracks where the train had vanished. "It's not the train. Not really. It's this place." I took a cautious step forward. "What do you mean? What is this place?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "It's a kind of trap. People come here, wait for the train, and then get pulled into something that doesn't let go." His eyes flicked back to me, wild and desperate. "You've already stepped inside. There's no one doing it." I swallowed hard, the cold settling deeper in my chest. "But why? Why the waiting? Why the train?" He shrugged, a bitter, humorless twist of his lips. "No one knows. Some think it's a scam, some think it's madness. Me? I think it's just people. People who got stuck. People who don't want to leave but can't stay. Endless waiting. Endless searching for a way out." He shifted on his feet, glancing nervously down the tracks. "I've seen them, people who come back from the train, but they're not the same. Hollowed out. Lost in their own minds, trapped in memories that aren't theirs anymore. Have you tried to leave?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He gave a bitter laugh. "Every day. Every single day. But this place, it doesn't let you go. The longer you stay, the harder it gets. You start to forget who you were before. You start to believe the waiting is all there is." The weight of his words pressed down on me like a lead blanket. I thought of the man from earlier, vanished without a trace, swallowed by this place. I thought of the note, the warnings, the endless nights I'd spent pacing this empty platform. "I don't want to end up like that," I said, voice cracking slightly. "Too late." He looked at me with something close to pity. "You're already part of it." Suddenly, the platform lights flickered violently, plunging us into near darkness. A low, mechanical rumble filled the air, growing louder, more insistent. The train was coming back. I stepped back, heart pounding, hands shaking. The man turned and limped away, disappearing into the fog as the train's headlights cut through the darkness. The doors slid open with that same eerie hiss, revealing the empty car, waiting. I looked down the platform. No escape. No turning back. The train wasn't just a train. It was a promise. A prison. And I was inside. The doors beckoned. I stared at them, torn between the pull of curiosity and the crushing weight of dread. What waited inside? What had the man seen? What had I already lost? I took a breath, then another, and stepped forward. The night was colder than I remembered, or maybe I was just colder inside. The terminal waited, empty and hollow, like a breath caught and never released. I stood on the platform, the thin breeze stirring the loose papers littered by the wind, frayed edges whispering against the cracked concrete. The silence was almost a presence itself, thick and waiting, pressing against my skin and filling my ears with nothing but the distant hum of a city that seemed impossibly far away. I had thought I understood the train, the endless cycle, the trap that held so many before me. But understanding didn't mean freedom. It never had. The same train would arrive, every night, punctual and cold, and the people who boarded wouldn't return. Not because of ghosts or curses, but because of something far darker, time itself, fractured and stretched, like a thread pulled too tight. Tonight, I wasn't just watching anymore. I was done waiting. My hands trembled, not from the cold but from the weight of what I was about to do. The platform light above flickered erratically, casting long shadows that leapt and twisted like restless fingers. I could hear the faint rumble of the train's approach, a slow, grinding sound that grew louder with each heartbeat. The smell of metal and oil crept into my nostrils, sharp and real. This was no dream. No illusion. This was the moment I had to face. I stepped back from the edge, breathing deeply. The air tasted stale, like a basement sealed shut for years. I tried to steady myself. The stories I heard, the faces I'd seen, none of it prepared me for how utterly empty the place felt. For how time seemed to refuse to move. I glanced at the station clock. The hands were frozen at 11:47, as they always were. But I could feel, somehow, that time was moving. Maybe not forward, but moving. The train rolled in, its wheels screeching against the rails in a way that was almost painful to hear. The windows were dark, reflective, like black mirrors. No passengers visible. The doors hissed open, inviting and cruel. I didn't hesitate. I stepped inside. The carriage was colder than the platform, and the air smelled like damp fabric and old sweat. The seats were torn and faded, the overhead lights flickering weakly. I was alone. Or so I thought. A voice broke the silence, a low murmur, almost beneath the noise of the train. "You don't belong here." I spun around. No one was there. Just the empty seats and the dim corridor stretching ahead. My breath caught, quick and shallow. It was a voice I knew. My own. Or something like it. I pressed my palm against the cold window, watching the station slip away. The landscape outside shimmered, but it wasn't moving. Trees, buildings, sky, they all held still, like a photograph left out in the rain. The train was moving, but the world beyond remained locked in place. I sank into a seat, my fingers digging into the cracked vinyl. What was this place? This endless loop? The people who boarded never returned because they never left. Time didn't pass here. Or maybe it passed too much. Days, years, decades, none of it mattered. You waited. You waited, and the waiting consumed you. I closed my eyes, trying to remember who I was before this nightmare began. A man who laughed, who hoped, who dreamed. But the man on this train was fading, dissolving into the endless wait. I wasn't sure if I was still myself or just another shadow trapped in the cycle. Then, a sudden jolt. The train shuddered as if hitting something, or maybe a sudden realization. The lights flickered brighter for a moment, revealing a figure seated a few rows ahead. A woman. Her eyes were wide and empty, staring at some distant point beyond the window. "Why don't you leave?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. She turned slowly, her gaze hollow but piercing. "Because I'm afraid," she said. "Afraid of what's outside. Afraid of what waits beyond the loop." I nodded, though her words unsettled me. Fear was the chain that bound us here. Fear and the unknown. I looked down at my hands, imagining the world beyond the train, the sun, the rain, the simple chaos of life. I remembered the smell of coffee in the morning, the rough bark of trees, the warmth of a smile. Those things felt distant, like memories from a different lifetime. "Maybe," I said, "we don't have to wait anymore." She tilted her head, curious. "What do you mean?" "We can get off," I said, voice firmer now. We can choose to leave this place, even if it's terrifying. The train's brakes hissed, and the lights dimmed again. The station, the real one, not this frozen shell, was coming into view. I stood, heart hammering, and moved toward the door. The air was thick with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. As I stepped onto the platform, the world shifted beneath my feet. The cold air bit at my skin, but it was real. Alive. The distant sounds of the city, sirens, footsteps, a dog barking, filtered through the night. Time was moving again. I turned back briefly to the train, now a dark silhouette against the flickering lights. The woman remained inside, her face unreadable. I wanted to call out, to bring her with me, but the words caught in my throat. The door slid shut, and the train pulled away, disappearing into the night like a ghost ship. I watched it go, feeling the weight of all the people it had taken, all the lives it had swallowed. But I was here. I was free. I took a deep breath. The cold air filled my lungs, sharp and cleansing. I could taste the possibility of life again, messy and uncertain but real. I felt the rough plaster of the station wall beneath my fingertips, the uneven edges grounding me in the present. I didn't know how long I'd been caught in that loop, days, weeks, months, maybe more. Time had lost its meaning. But standing there, with the city waking around me, I understood something essential. The true horror wasn't the endless waiting or the frozen time. It was the choice to surrender to fear, to accept the trap as inevitable. I wasn't ready to surrender. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. I walked away from the terminal, each step lighter than the last. The night was still cold, but it held a strange comfort. Somewhere down the street, a distant train whistle blew, a sound that once would have filled me with dread, but now, it was just a sound. A part of the world moving forward. I glanced back once more before the shadows swallowed the station behind me. No ghosts waited to drag me back. No loop to trap me. Just the quiet, relentless passage of time. And me, finally moving with it. Story 5, Impossible House, Distorted Architecture Haunts New Tenant. I moved in on a Tuesday, a day so ordinary it nearly slipped from memory before it even ended. I carried the last box up the front steps, the wooden porch cool beneath my bare feet. It was strange, really, bare feet in a brand new house. The floorboards felt too smooth, like they'd been sanded down an extra time just to erase any character. The walls were painted a sterile white, too perfect, as if they'd been scrubbed clean not so long ago. I set the box down near the staircase and stood still, listening. Nothing. Just the hum of the city beyond the closed windows and a distant dog barking somewhere down the street. I was alone, or so I told myself. The layout had seemed straightforward enough on paper. A modest two-story with 3 bedrooms, a small study, and a cozy kitchen that caught the afternoon light just right. But as I wandered through the space, a subtle itch crept over me. The rooms didn't quite add up. I'd turn a corner expecting to find a hallway, only to face a blank wall. Or the staircase would lead me to a landing that felt wrong. Narrower. Less stable underfoot. At first, I chalked it up to the house still settling, the way new buildings sometimes creak and shift as they adjust to their foundations. I told myself these things, even as an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. A quiet voice, barely a whisper, telling me that something was off. Later, when I was unpacking the kitchen boxes, I noticed it again, the way the lights seemed to bend differently in the dining room. The window there caught the sun, but the shadows didn't match the time of day. I blinked, then shook my head, blaming the fatigue from the move. Still, I made a note to check the blueprints. I'd requested the original plans from the builder's office before signing the lease, so I figured it was worth a look. Maybe I was imagining things. The first night was colder than I expected for early spring, I left the windows cracked open just a bit, hoping to catch the breeze. The sound of distant traffic mixed with the occasional rustle of leaves. It was the kind of quiet that felt like a pause, like the world waiting to exhale. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept waking up, startled by small noises, the hum of the heating system kicking in, the creak of the floorboards that sounded like footsteps somewhere just out of sight. Once, I thought I heard a door close downstairs, but when I got up, nothing was out of place. I told myself it was the house settling again, or my mind playing tricks after a day filled with boxes and unfamiliar spaces. But the next morning, while making coffee, I noticed something hot on the kitchen floor. A faint scratch mark, long and thin, as if something heavy had been dragged across the tile. The thing was, I was the only one here. No movers, no friends. The scratch wasn't there when I left the house in the morning. I knelt, running my fingers over it. The tile was cool and smooth, but the scratch had a roughness, a slight catch beneath my nails. How had it gotten there? I looked around, half expecting to see some explanation, an open window, a pet, anything. But the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was silent. I slipped on my shoes and stepped outside, letting the cool morning air wash over me. There was a faint smell of wet concrete and mulch from the newly laid gardens around the neighborhood. The street was quiet, the neighbors still tucked away behind their curtains. I pulled out the blueprints from my bag. The pages were crisp, the ink sharp and precise. At least they looked that way. I spread them on the kitchen table, tracing the lines with my finger. That's when I first noticed the discrepancies. The walls on the plans didn't match the ones in the house. The staircases seemed to be in different places, and some rooms that appeared on the blueprints simply didn't exist in reality. I frowned. Surely, this was a mistake, or maybe I had the wrong version. I called the builder's office, but the receptionist told me they only kept digital copies now, and those were under review. No one was available to clarify. They promised to get back to me the next day. The house seemed suddenly less welcoming. The perfect stillness felt more like a trap. I kept thinking about the scratch on the floor, about the shifted walls, the misplaced stairs. Were these signs of carelessness? Or something worse? That afternoon, I tried to focus on unpacking, but the feeling wouldn't leave me. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, the silence heavier. I wandered through the rooms again, trying to map the space in my head, but the more I walked, the less sense it made. In the hallway, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a door ajar where none should be. I stopped, heart skipping. I approached slowly, expecting to find a closet or a small storage room. Instead, the door led to a dead end, a narrow space with peeling plaster and exposed wiring, the smell of stale dust thick in the air. I stepped back, the hairs on my arms prickling. How had I missed this before? I closed the door gently, but the uneasy feeling lingered. Later, as twilight fell, I sat by the window with a mug of lukewarm tea. The neighborhood was settling into the quiet of evening. Streetlights flickered on, casting long shadows across the pavement. Somewhere nearby, a child laughed, a sound that felt both normal and strange in the heavy stillness of the house. I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the house was just new and imperfect. But as I looked at the blueprints once more, I couldn't stop the thought from creeping in. What if the flaws were more than just architectural? What if the house, the entire neighborhood, was built on a foundation that wasn't as solid as it seemed? I didn't know it yet, but that question would change everything. The next morning crept in with a dull gray light, pressing through the thin curtains like a hesitant visitor. I tossed the blueprints onto the kitchen table, where they unfurled like a map to some unwelcome secret. The lines and measurements blurred together, but the irregularities I'd noticed the night before still nagged at me. Staircases leading nowhere. Walls that shouldn't exist. The house felt like a puzzle missing half its pieces, and I was the only one desperate enough or foolish enough to try and solve it. I brewed coffee, the bitter scent filling the small kitchen, grounding me somewhat. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant creak of settling wood, it was all too quiet here, like the house was holding its breath. I poured the coffee into a chipped mug, the heat seeping through my fingers, and sat down to review the plans again. Maybe I'd missed something before. Then my phone buzzed on the counter, breaking the silence. It was a text from Sarah, my neighbor, someone I'd met briefly when I moved in. "Morning. Just wanted to check in. How's the new place treating you?" I hesitated before typing back. Sarah had seemed friendly enough, but there was something about the neighborhood, something I couldn't place, that kept me from reaching out. Maybe it was the way the houses sat too close, like they were watching each other, or how the streets twisted oddly, making it easy to get turned around. Or maybe it was just me, and the paranoia the house bred. "It's different. Needs some work. Thanks for checking in." Her reply was almost immediate. "If you ever want to grab a coffee or talk, I'm around. Some of us have been here a while. Could be useful, with all the construction stuff going on." I stared at the message longer than I should have. Was she offering friendship? Or a warning? I typed back a simple, "Thanks, I'll keep that in mind." After that, I felt a little less isolated. Even if it was just a text, some connection felt necessary, a tether to normalcy. I decided to investigate further. The dead-end room wasn't just a fluke. If there were parts of the house that didn't appear on the blueprints, maybe the whole neighborhood had been built on shaky ground. Maybe the shifting rooms and disappearing stairs weren't just bad design, they were symptoms of something worse. I grabbed my jacket and headed out, the chill morning air biting at my cheeks. The neighborhood looked different in daylight, less eerie, but oddly sterile. Every house was nearly identical, each one a mirror of the next. The sidewalks were clean, the lawns freshly planted but struggling to root. It was too perfect, too planned. Like a stage set. I walked toward the community center, a small brick building where the developers' offices were supposed to be. It was locked tight, the windows reflecting the dull sky. No sign of life inside. I circled the block, noting the construction trailers and equipment parked haphazardly near the edge of the development. The smell of wet concrete and sawdust hung heavy in the air. I spotted a man in a hard hat near one of the trailers, fiddling with a clipboard. He looked up as I approached, his eyes narrowing for a moment before relaxing. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm new here. I was wondering if you could help me understand some of the plans for the neighborhood. I've found a few things in my house that don't quite add up." He glanced around, then nodded. "Sure. I'm Mark. I handle site inspections." "What kind of things?" I hesitated. Was it wise to share everything? But I needed answers. The layout doesn't match the blueprints I was given. Some rooms lead nowhere, and there are walls in places that aren't on any plan. It's like the house is shifting. Mark frowned. "Shifting the house? That's not supposed to happen. Were you by any chance looking in the basement or crawl space?" I shook my head. "No, just inside the house. But last night I found a door that led to a dead end with exposed wiring and crumbling plaster. It was like a hidden space." He frowned deeper, then glanced toward the other houses. "Look, I'm not supposed to talk about this, but there have been some issues with the soil here. The engineers did the tests, but some of the reports were questionable. You might want to be careful." "Questionable how?" I pressed. Mark looked around again, voice dropping. "There's talk of possible sinkholes forming. If the foundation's not solid, it could affect the whole block. Developers want to keep it quiet for now, but I'm not sure how long that'll last. My hands trembled slightly as I processed his words. Sinkholes. Foundations collapsing. It was worse than I'd imagined. Do you have any documents I could look at? Official reports? I asked. He shook his head. No. Most of that stuff's locked up tight. But if you want, I can point you towards someone who might talk. Before I could respond, a sharp voice cut through the morning air. Mark. There you are. A woman appeared from behind a trailer, clipboard in hand, eyes sharp and deliberate. Mark stiffened. I have to go. Good luck. I watched him leave, the weight of his warning sinking in. The woman approached, her gaze locking on me. Can I help you? I swallowed, deciding honesty was the better path. I'm living in one of the new houses. I've found some irregularities in the structure and the blueprints. I heard there might be problems with the soil. She studied me like I was an unwelcome guest. You've been talking to Mark, haven't you? I nodded. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Look, you need to be careful asking questions around here. The developers got a lot riding on this project. They don't like outsiders poking around. Why? I asked. Is it dangerous? For the houses or for the people? She hesitated, then said, there are risks, yes. But it's complicated. Nothing immediate if the houses are maintained properly. But if people start digging too deep or disturbing the land, well, that could trigger problems. I shivered, though the sun was warming the pavement. So, what am I supposed to do? Just ignore it. She glanced over her shoulder, lowering her voice. I'd suggest keeping your head down. If you want to stay safe, don't pry too much. Sometimes the truth isn't worth the trouble. Her words felt like a warning, but also a challenge. I wanted to ask more, but something about her tone made me stop. Instead, I nodded slowly. Thanks. I appreciate the advice. She gave a curt nod and disappeared around the corner, leaving me alone with the hum of distant lawnmowers and the faint smell of fresh paint. Back in my house, the silence pressed against my ears. I pulled out my phone and called Sarah. Hey, she answered, her voice warm but cautious. Everything okay? Not really, I admitted. I'm finding out the neighborhood might be built on unstable ground. The blueprints don't match, and there might be sinkholes forming. I don't know who to trust. There was a pause. Then she said quietly, you're not the first to notice. Some of us have been talking quietly, but no one wants to make waves. Developers have lawyers, and people who disappear from the neighborhood without explanation. I swallowed hard. Disappear? Not literally, she said quickly. But people move away, neighbors stop answering doors. It's like the place has a way of swallowing them up. My skin prickled. What do you mean? Sarah. The sun had just dipped below the horizon when I stepped back into the house, its walls suddenly seeming too close, too quiet. The air inside smelled faintly of sawdust and something sour, like old sweat trapped beneath fresh paint. I shut the door behind me, the click loud in the stillness. Silence. Complete silence. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. The warning from the woman's voice echoed in my head. Sometimes the truth isn't worth the trouble. But I already knew I was past the point of no return. I dropped my keys on the counter, the metal clinking against the granite like a small alarm. The house groaned softly, as if settling or warning. I rubbed my hands together, trying to shake off the chill crawling up my spine. I knew the shifting rooms and dead-end staircases weren't random quirks of bad construction. Something deeper was wrong. Much worse. Earlier, when the woman mentioned risks and if people start digging too deep, I thought maybe she meant geological instability. A bad foundation, maybe. But now, standing here, the thought of unstable ground beneath my feet felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, and I was the only one who knew it was crumbling. I moved toward the kitchen window, staring out at the neat rows of houses, their trimmed lawns glowing dimly under streetlights. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and frightened. I wondered if the neighbors heard the creaks and shifts I'd noticed yesterday. Did they feel the house breathing oddly, as if alive? Or were they too caught up in their routines to notice? I pulled my phone from my pocket, thumb hovering over the contact for the city's building department. But I hesitated. The woman's warning wasn't just about the houses. It was about people. They don't like outsiders poking around. Who were they? The builders? The planners? Someone else? And what exactly were they hiding? I swallowed hard. The thought of the entire neighborhood collapsing beneath us wasn't some distant nightmare anymore. If the blueprints were falsified to cover up structural flaws that could cause the ground to give way, it wasn't just my house at risk. It was all of us. I paced the living room, fingers tracing the rough plaster of the wall, the texture uneven, almost unfinished. The house's imperfections suddenly felt like deliberate scars. Then the phone buzzed in my pocket. I jumped, heart skittering. It was a message from the realtor. Hope you're settling in well. Let me know if you have any questions. I stared at the screen, a knot tightening in my stomach. Was she part of this? Was everyone? I typed back a fake reply and set the phone down. No use asking questions that might invite trouble. Instead, I went to the study. The small room with the crooked bookshelf where I'd found the first odd blueprint. I flipped on the lamp. The yellow light flickered once, twice. The shadows in the corners seemed to shift, like the walls themselves were listening. I pulled out the folder with the blueprints again. This time, I looked closer, tracing the lines with my finger. Something wasn't right with the foundation plans. They were missing sections. Critical ones. The support columns didn't line up with the floor beams shown in the other sheets. And then there were handwritten notes in pencil, almost like afterthoughts, scribbled in the margins. Words like patch, temporary fix, and conceal. My hands trembled. I wanted to laugh or scream, but only silence filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I realized I couldn't leave. Not really. Not now. I'd already signed the papers. The mortgage was in my name. The weight of that commitment pressed down harder than the walls around me. The house didn't just shift rooms or hide staircases, it was a trap. A carefully constructed cage. A sudden sound made me jump, a soft tapping, like fingernails against glass. I froze. The window beside me rattled slightly in the evening breeze. Outside, the street was empty, save for the occasional flicker of distant headlights. I opened the window a crack. The smell of damp earth drifted in, cold and unsettling. I tried to steady my breathing. There was no going back. Not without risking everything. I grabbed my coat and keys. Maybe I could find the woman again, get more answers before it was too late. But as I stepped outside, the streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist toward me. The neat rows of houses suddenly looked less like a neighborhood and more like a fortress when I was trapped inside. I glanced back at my house. The front door stood wide open. I was sure I'd closed it. I blinked, heart pounding. Maybe I was losing it. Or maybe, just maybe, the real danger was only beginning. The front door stood wide open. I hesitated a moment, the damp earth scent still clinging to my coat. The tapping sound had stopped, but the silence that replaced it felt worse, thick and expectant. I swallowed hard, fingers tightening around my keys. The streetlights flickered again, their yellow glow sputtering like a failing heartbeat, and the shadows cast by the houses shifted in a way that made my skin crawl. I stepped inside. The hallway smelled of dust and fresh paint, but beneath it, something else lingered. A faint sourness, like old sweat trapped under the floorboards. The floor felt colder beneath my feet, the polish wood creaking softly. My eyes darted to the staircase, the same staircase that had led nowhere before. Tonight, it looked different, less like a dead end and more like a warning. I didn't want to go up there. Not yet. Instead, I moved toward the living room, where I'd last seen the woman, the one who might hold the answers I needed. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator, which seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. On the windowsill, a small glass vase caught the flickering streetlight, casting fractured patterns across the wall. The tapping returned. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks. This time, coming from the basement door. I froze. My hands trembled and I felt a sudden tightness in my chest. The basement door was old, wooden, and painted the same off-white as the walls. It was usually locked. Tonight, it was slightly ajar. I glanced back toward the hallway. The front door was still open wide, but I had no intention of retreating. I moved slowly, every step deliberate. The air grew cooler as I approached the basement. The scent of damp earth was stronger here, mingled with something metallic, rust, or perhaps dried blood. My fingers brushed the rough plaster wall, and I noticed the texture was uneven, cracked in places. The door creaked as I pushed it open wider. Darkness spilled out, swallowing the dim light from the hallway. I flicked on my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the blackness in a narrow column. The basement stairs descended steeply, the wooden steps groaning under my weight. I caught a faint scent of mildew and something else, something chemical, sharp and acrid. It reminded me of the smell I'd noticed earlier in the blueprint's margins, those strange notes in the engineer's handwriting. Halfway down, I stopped. There, scrawled on the bare concrete wall in what looked like charcoal or soot, was a message. Not safe. Leave now. My breath caught. The letters were jagged, hurried, desperate. I didn't know who had left that warning, but I wasn't about to ignore it. Still, I pressed on. The basement opened into a cavernous room, walls lined with pipes and electrical wiring. The flashlight's beam bounced off metal conduits and exposed beams, but something was off. The walls didn't feel solid. Up close, the concrete was cracked, thin in places, almost crumbly. I crouched, running my hand over a particularly fragile patch. Dust flaked off, and beneath, I could see the faint outline of a cavity and empty space where there shouldn't be one. The house was built on a foundation that was rotting from within. My mind raced. The falsified blueprints, the shifting rooms, the dead-end staircases, it all made sense now. The neighborhood wasn't just a maze, it was a ticking time device. If those walls gave way. A sudden noise made me jump, something heavy, scraping against the far wall. I swung the flashlight around, heart thudding. No one was there. I forced my breathing to slow, willing myself not to look foolish. Maybe a rat or debris settling. The house was old in ways no one wanted to admit. Then I heard it again. Closer this time. Soft, deliberate footsteps on concrete. I wasn't alone. I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone, but the screen flickered and died. Dead battery. Of course. Panic wasn't an option, but adrenaline surged high enough to make my hands shake. I moved toward the stairs, ready to retreat, but a voice stopped me. Looking for answers? It was low, calm, but there was something chilling beneath the surface. Familiar, too. I squinted into the darkness, trying to place it. Who's there? My voice wavered. Someone who knows the truth about this place. About what they're hiding. The voice came from the shadows near the back wall, where the pipes twisted and disappeared into the floor. I took a cautious step forward, the beam of light trembling. The figure emerged slowly, hands raised slightly, no threat, but deliberate. It was the woman. The one from the street. Her face was pale, eyes sharp. She looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. You need to leave, she said. Now. Why? I demanded, the question burning off my tongue before I could stop it. She hesitated, then stepped closer. Because they're coming back. They don't want you poking around. I swallowed. Who? Who's coming? She glanced toward the stairs, voice dropping to a whisper. The developers. The ones who built this neighborhood. They're not just hiding bad blueprints. They're covering up something worse. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. What worse? She shook her head. If the foundations fail, it won't just be this house. The whole block will collapse. People will die. And they know it. My stomach churned. I wanted to say something, anything that would make the situation less real, less terrifying. But the truth was undeniable. We have to warn people, I said. She looked at me, eyes narrowing. They won't listen until it's too late. And if they find out you've been here. The basement door rattled suddenly, slammed shut above us. Darkness swallowed the room. My heart hammered in my ears. The temperature dropped sharply. I could taste the cold, metallic tang of fear lingering in the air. Trapped, I whispered. She nodded grimly. We need to get out before they come back. I scrambled toward the basement stairs, feeling along the wall for the latch. My fingers met the cold metal, but the door wouldn't budge. The tapping returned. This time, frantic, urgent. Not from outside, but inside the walls. Like someone or something was trying to break through. I turned to the woman. What now? She pulled a small flashlight from her jacket pocket and flicked it on. The beam revealed a narrow crawlspace behind a panel near the furnace. Through here, she said. It's risky, but it might be our only chance. I glanced at the tight, dark opening. The air inside smelled of mold and rust, thick and suffocating. My throat tightened. I woke to the sound of rain tapping against the window panes, a steady, deliberate rhythm that felt almost like a countdown. The kind of rain that seemed to wash everything clean and then leave the world raw and exposed beneath it. I lay there for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, tracing the pattern of cracks and shadows cast by the pale streetlight outside. Morning was hours away, but sleep had already slipped through my fingers. The house was quiet in that eerie way that only a place full of secrets can be, too quiet, as if it was holding its breath. I rolled onto my side and reached for the phone, but the screen was dead. No signal. No messages. Just the low hum of the night and the faint creak of the settling walls. I thought about calling my sister, or maybe the inspector who'd come by a week ago, the one who'd glanced nervously at the blueprints and then at me, like he was trying to figure out whether I was the problem or the house was. But I didn't. The silence between us was heavy, her words still echoing in my ears. You need to get out before it's too late. I dressed slowly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin, and made my way downstairs. The house felt different in the half-light, less like a home and more like a trap. The shifting rooms, the staircases that led nowhere, they weren't just quirks anymore. They were warnings. I found myself staring at the wall where the kitchen used to be, but now, somehow, wasn't. Instead, there was a narrow corridor I hadn't noticed before, dimly lit by a single bulb that flickered lazily, casting long, wavering shadows. The musty smell of damp plaster hung in the air, sharp and unsettling. I stepped inside, my shoes clicking softly on cracked tiles. The corridor twisted unnaturally, and I shivered despite the warmth of the house. At the end, a faded door leaned slightly off its hinges. I pushed it open and froze. Blueprints, hundreds of them, sprawled across a dusty table. Yellow papers with tearful lines and scrawled notes, some crossed out, others marked with warnings. And then I saw it, signatures that didn't match, stamps that looked forged. The structural plans I'd been handed, the ones that promised safety, were lies. The foundation beneath this neighborhood was unstable, fragile enough to crumble without a moment's notice. My hands trembled as I rifled through the papers, each one a damning piece of evidence. The developers had hidden the truth, falsifying documents to cover up faults that could bring the whole block down. I thought about the neighbors, the families laughing and living a few streets over, oblivious to the danger beneath their feet. I should have called the authorities. I should have run. But the house seemed to press in on me, a silent accusation for my ignorance. I sat down heavily, the chair scraping against the floor, and let the weight of it all settle in my chest. Hours passed. The rain softened outside, the world waking up with a cautious sigh. I thought back to every odd moment, every misplaced door and impossible hallway. They weren't random. They were symptoms, clues in a puzzle I'd been too blind to solve until now. When my phone finally buzzed, I jumped. A message from my sister. Have you left yet? I typed back slowly. Not yet. She called, and I heard the urgency in her voice, the tremor I'd missed before. You have to get out, she said again. They're already sending inspectors. The whole neighborhood's under evaluation. If the foundation fails. I cut her off. I know. I found the blueprints. The lies. I'm going to do something. Like what? She asked, disbelief thick in her tone. I'm going to warn everyone. I can't just leave them here. The next hours blurred into a frenzy. I printed copies of the documents at the library, contacted a local journalist who owed me a favor, and knocked on doors, my heart pounding with every hesitant hello and suspicious glance. Some neighbors listened. Some didn't. Fear was a slow thing to spread, and denial was even slower. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stood on the porch, the sky painted in bruised purples and oranges. The wind was cool now, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant smoke from a neighbor's barbecue. Children's laughter echoed faintly, oblivious to the invisible threat beneath their feet. I closed my eyes and breathed it all in, the life, the fragility, the stubborn hope. For the first time since moving in, the house felt less like a prison and more like a warning beacon. My hands were stained with ink and dirt, but they were steady now. Days later, the neighborhood was evacuated. Engineers confirmed the flaws. The developers faced investigations that promised slow, grinding justice. I stayed temporarily with my sister, the walls of her apartment a reassuring constant. I kept thinking about the house, the rooms that shifted, the staircases that led nowhere. They were more than architectural oddities. They were cries for help, the building itself trying to warn us of its own fragility. The falsified blueprints had nearly cost lives, maybe not through fire or flood, but through human greed and negligence. I don't know what's next. The neighborhood might be rebuilt, or maybe it's a ghost town waiting for time to erase its memory. But I do know this, I'm not the same person who moved in with hopeful naivety. I've seen the thin line between safety and collapse, and I carry that knowledge like a scar. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I imagine the house still there, waiting, its shifting walls and empty staircases silent witnesses to the truth I uncovered. I wonder if it's watching, too, holding its breath until someone else listens. The rain has stopped. The air smells clean now, but I can't shake the feeling that some foundations, no matter how deeply buried, will always tremble beneath us. I'm ready to move forward, but a part of me will always be standing on that cracked tile floor, staring at the faded door, knowing what lies beyond the surface of things we take for granted. The end. Story 6, The Harbinger's Silent Curse, Secrets of the Abandoned Vessel. The smell hit me before I even saw the ship. It was a heavy, sour tang like rotting fish mixed with something chemical, almost antiseptic. I stood on the cracked concrete pier, the salt air thick in my nostrils, and squinted toward the hull that leaned awkwardly against the jagged rocks. The Harbinger was a ghost in broad daylight, its rusted steel ribs flaking away, skeletal and silent. I'd heard the stories, how it had washed ashore 2 weeks ago, no crew aboard, no distress calls. Just a massive vessel stranded, like a whale stranded in an empty harbor. I tugged my jacket tighter against the chilly wind. The sun was low, casting long shadows over the water, and a few crows cawed lazily from the broken masts. I'd been on the docks all morning, poking around, trying to get a sense of what had happened, but the answer kept slipping through my fingers like spilled sand. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with a sigh. It was Ellie, my editor, no doubt nagging me about deadlines. "Yeah. I'm still here," I muttered, trying not to sound too distracted. "Any luck?" she asked, voice clipped. The readers want something fresh, not just another abandoned boat story. I glanced back at the Harbinger and forced a grin. Patience. I know how that sounds. There's something hot about this one. You'll see. I ended the call and stuffed the phone away, ice tracing the ship's jagged silhouette again. The whole place felt wrong, like the air itself was holding its breath. Earlier that morning, I'd met with the local harbor master. Old Man Sanders, a wiry guy with hands like cracked leather and a face weathered by too many storms. He'd been cagey, obviously reluctant to talk. Mentioned a contamination issue, but wouldn't elaborate. Said the ship was sealed tight, and no one was allowed aboard without clearance. Of course, that meant nothing to me. I'm not exactly the type to wait for permission when there's a story to chase. The pier beneath my boots creaked as I moved closer, stepping over broken ropes and scattered debris. The water lapped gently against the pilings, the sound oddly soothing, but beneath it all, I caught a faint drip like water leaking somewhere in the ship's underbelly. A sudden gust tugged at my hair, carrying with it the faintest whisper of something metallic. Oil? Blood? It was hard to tell. I shook my head. Probably just my imagination. I crouched down near the water's edge and picked up a small, rusted bolt. The rough metal was cold and gritty in my palm, and I rubbed it between my fingers absent-mindedly. The Harbinger had been here for weeks, but no one had gotten close enough to inspect. It was too dangerous, they said. Dangerous how? I wondered. I glanced around. The harbor was mostly deserted now, the day winding down. A distant dog barked somewhere inland, sharp and lonely. The low hum of a boat engine faded in the distance. I felt the rough wind on my face, salty and sharp, and a chill ran down my spine despite the mild afternoon. I stood and surveyed the ship again, trying to place the feeling gnawing at the edge of my mind. It wasn't just the smell or the silence. It was something else, like the weight of absence. The absence of life, but also of explanation. The Harbinger's massive hull was scarred with dents and patches of peeling paint. I noticed a series of small, Numbered plaques near the main entrance of quarantine zone was stenciled faintly beneath one. That caught my attention. Quarantine? What had they been hiding? I pulled out my notebook and scribbled the words carefully, my pen shaking slightly. The air felt heavier now, thick with something unsaid. I glanced around again, feeling exposed, as if unseen eyes were watching from the ship's darkened portholes. Probably just a rusted old vessel, I muttered to myself, but my voice sounded hollow. A sudden clatter from the ship's deck made me jump. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing, only the wind teasing loose ropes and flapping tarps. I tried to steady my breathing. Get a grip, I told myself. You're imagining things. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the Harbinger was waiting. Waiting for someone or something. My phone buzzed again. I almost ignored it, but then I saw the message, "Be careful. Don't trust the harbor." I stared at the screen, a cold prickle crawling up my neck. Who had sent that? I didn't recognize the number. I pocketed the phone and looked back at the ship. The sun was dipping lower now, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. The shadows grew long, and the Harbinger seemed to darken with them, its windows like blank eyes. I felt a sudden urge to get closer, to find a way aboard just for a glimpse. To see what lay inside that silent maze of steel and secrets. But then I hesitated. Because something whispered in the back of my mind a warning, faint but urgent. Something wasn't right. Not right at all. The air grew colder, the breeze carrying an unsettling stillness that prickled my skin. My heart pounded as I stepped forward, each creak of the dock beneath my boots sounding too loud. The Harbinger loomed, a monolith of mystery, daring me to uncover its truth or swallow me whole. The air was colder now, sharper as dusk settled over the water. "Don't trust the harbor," the message read. No signature, no hint. Just that. My fingers trembled as I slid the phone back into my jacket. Who was trying to warn me? And why did it feel like a threat rather than advice? I glanced around. The harbor was nearly deserted, just a few scattered seagulls cawing in the distance, a faint hum of machinery from the other side of the pier. No sign of anyone watching. Still, the feeling lingered, eyes on me, unseen and unblinking. I forced myself forward, stepping onto the gangway. The wood groaned beneath my weight, uneven and slick with salt spray. The smell hit me next, stale, metallic, and something else I couldn't place. It clung to the air like a thin fog, sharp and sour. I swallowed hard, my throat drying up. The ship's main deck was a tangle of rusted cables and discarded crates, shadows pooling in every corner. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric stiff and cold against my skin. Moonlight caught on something shiny, a loose ring of keys dangling from a hatch latch. I hesitated, then grabbed them. They were cold and heavy in my palm, and just as I touched them, a faint creak echoed from below deck. That sound froze me. I wasn't alone, or maybe the ship itself was alive in some way, groaning under its own weight. The silence that followed was oppressive, pressing down like wet wool. I reminded myself to breathe, slow and steady. I had to explore, to find out what happened here. The old news footage showed a crew vanishing overnight, whispers of a deadly outbreak but no clear answers. The Harbinger was a sealed tomb, and I held the keys. It felt like a cruel joke. I found the hatch and shoved it open. A rush of stale, thick air escaped, carrying a faint chemical tang. The narrow ladder beneath was slick with grime. I gripped the rails, the metal cold and rough, and descended into the shadows. The lower deck was a maze of narrow corridors and sealed doors, the flickering overhead lights casting uneven pools of sickly yellow. My footsteps echoed hollowly, swallowed by the vast silence. Somewhere, water dripped, slow, methodical. The scent of damp metal mixed with stale air made my stomach twist. I pulled out my flashlight, sweeping the beam along the walls. Stenciled numbers and warning signs faded with rust and age. Quarantine zone, 1 red. My mind spun. Was this where the crew had been locked in? Or where someone tried to contain something? I found the first door marked crew quarters. It was locked, but the keys jingled in my pocket. I tried them one by one until, click, the lock gave way. The door creaked open, revealing a cramped room layered in dust. The beds were overturned, blankets twisted in tangled heaps. Personal belongings lay scattered: an old leather wallet, a cracked wristwatch, a pair of worn shoes. Nothing seemed deliberately left behind. Instead, it looked like people had fled or been taken suddenly. A sudden noise made me whip around, a low thud, distant but unmistakable. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was just the ship settling, but the sound repeated, rhythmic, like footsteps or something rolling along the deck above. I swallowed the lump in my throat and pressed onward, moving through the ship's innards. Each compartment held more clues: medical equipment abandoned mid-use, charts with scribbled notes about infection rates and symptom progression. The handwriting was frantic, jagged. I found a small break room, the air thicker here, heavier. A half-empty bottle of water sat on a table, dusty but not spoiled. I touched the surface, and the glass felt sticky, like it had been handled by someone with sweaty palms, or worse. On the wall, a whiteboard held a hastily scrawled message: containment breached. Don't open lower storage. Below it, an item pointed down a dark corridor sealed by a heavy door with no visible handle. My stomach clenched. The lower storage, what was locked away so fiercely that even the crew warned against it. I turned back toward the ladder, intending to retreat and think. But the footsteps, or whatever it was, had grown louder, closer. My breath hitched, cold sweat prickling at my temples. Hello? My voice cracked, sounding alien in the silence. Is someone there? No reply. Just the creak of metal and the distant drip, drip, drip. I debated turning back up, but the keys in my pocket felt heavier now, like a burden. I knew I couldn't leave without answers. The Harbinger had swallowed its crew, and maybe, just maybe, it wasn't finished. I moved toward the sealed corridor again, the warning echoing in my mind. The air grew colder still as I approached the door. I pressed my ear to the surface. Beneath the dull throb of the ship settling, I thought I heard something else, a faint scratching, like nails on metal. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the door. The cold metal bit into my palm. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. I stepped back, heart hammering. Maybe some doors were meant to stay shut. Maybe the warning wasn't just a phrase scrawled in panic, but a real, desperate plea. And yet, as the night deepened, I knew I'd return. I had to. Because the Harbinger wasn't just a ghost ship. It was a coffin. And inside, something waited, something alive, contagious, and far more terrifying than any story I'd ever heard. The cold pressed in around me like a living thing, heavier now not just on my skin but inside my chest. I swallowed hard, fingers curling tighter around the keys in my pocket. They felt like they weighed 100 pounds. I thought back to the hastily scribbled warnings, the frantic scrawl in the captain's log: don't open. Don't breathe. Don't let it out. The words echoed in my mind, a grim chorus I couldn't ignore. Still, I couldn't leave without knowing. The Harbinger had swallowed its crew whole, and now it was swallowing me. There was no turning back. I slid a handle on the door's edge, feeling the chill bite through my glove and settle into my bones. The flashlight's beam flickered again, but I forced it steady and pressed a key into the lock. The mechanism groaned in protest, a harsh, scraping sound that felt like it was tearing through the silence. The door shuddered, and for a moment I hesitated, breath caught tight in my throat. Then, with a reluctant hiss, it swung open just enough for me to slip inside. A wave of stale, metallic air hit me, thick with the scent of rust and something fouler, something almost acidic, like burnt sugar and decay mixed together. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, landing on a narrow corridor lined with sealed compartments, each hatch marked with faded biohazard symbols that made my stomach twist. The air was colder here, unnaturally so, as if the ship was holding its breath. I stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath my boots in a slow, uneven rhythm. The scratching noise had stopped, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible hum. It vibrated through the walls, through the air, cold and heavy with silence, like the ship itself was alive and pulsing with something dangerous. I moved forward, heart hammering against my ribs. My hands trembled despite the gloves, and I wiped the sweat from my brow even though the air was icy. At the end of the corridor, a panel flickered weakly, its red emergency light stuttering like a dying heartbeat. I didn't pause. The panel led to the ship's infirmary, if you could call it that. The room was a nightmare frozen in time. Empty stretchers stained with dark, crusted blood. Medical instruments scattered across counters, some shattered, some still resting in pools of dried fluid. The smell hit me again, sharp, chemical, and utterly suffocating. I gagged, but forced myself to step deeper inside. Then I saw it, a sealed containment unit, its glass cracked but still intact, buzzing with low energy. Inside, a cluster of small vials lay scattered, some shattered, others glowing faintly with a sickly yellow liquid. The labels were worn, but I made out the name, VX-23. I heard of VX-23, an experimental pathogen, engineered for rapid infection, horrifyingly contagious. The crew had been quarantined because of it. They hadn't vanished. They'd been locked away, or worse. My breath hitched as I realized the truth. The Harbinger wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was a floating biohazard, a tomb sealed tight to keep the world safe. But the warning scratched in panic wasn't just to keep people out, it was a plea to keep what was inside from getting out. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the tight, stale air. I spun around, heart leaping, flashlight beam flickering wildly. The lock clicked, sealing me inside. Panic surged. I pounded the door, shouting, but the sound swallowed my voice. The air grew colder still, and the hum beneath my feet deepened, vibrating through the soles of my boots. I pressed my palm to the door, the cold metal slick beneath my fingers. This was no accident. The ship was designed to trap whatever was inside, and now it had trapped me. A sudden, sharp noise, like scraping metal, came from the far corner of the room. I swung the flashlight, the beam trembling, and caught sight of a shadow moving just beyond the containment unit. It wasn't human, but something had been left behind. The scratching started again, louder this time, right outside the cracked glass. My stomach churned as the realization dawned, the pathogen wasn't just a virus. The ship's sealed compartments hid something alive, something that survived, mutated maybe, beyond any containment protocols. I backed away slowly, but the hum surged into a low roar. The air felt thick, almost viscous. I coughed, trying to clear my throat, tasted the sharp tang of chemicals mixed with the bitter sting of fear. My hands shook uncontrollably, fingers twitching toward the keys I'd brought, but they were useless now. No escape. The Harbinger had claimed me. Not with ghosts or monsters, but with something far more insidious, a silent, contagious terror that thrived in the dark. Outside, the wind howled, and the ship creaked and groaned like a beast settling in for the night. I was trapped, and whatever waited in the shadows was watching. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to think. There had to be a way out. There had to be. But as the scratching grew louder, closer, I knew this was the point of no return. The Harbinger's secret wasn't just a story, it was a warning. And now, I was part of it. The door shuddered under unseen force, and I braced myself for the inevitable. The door didn't budge at first. But then came the scratching again, closer now, deliberate, like fingernails tracing the metal from the other side. I swallowed hard and fought the urge to bolt. My chest tightened. The air was thick, almost syrupy, each breath tasting faintly of rust and something antiseptic, like hospital bleach. I coughed into my sleeve, the sound sharp in the silence. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" The words felt ridiculous. I already knew the answer. No one was coming to help. No one was alive. The door shuddered again, louder this time. I stumbled back, hand searching blindly for the emergency override panel I'd seen near the entrance. My fingers found the cold buttons, but when I pressed them, only a dull beep answered. The power was gone, or deliberately cut. I could feel the ship's heart slowing, the life support systems failing one by one. Why? Why would they seal themselves in? Why leave this here? A sharp metallic clang echoed somewhere deeper inside the hull. My ears strained. The sound was too rhythmic to be random. Like footsteps? No. Too heavy. Something being dragged. Something alive. I had to move. Stay ahead of whatever waited in this labyrinth of rust and secrets. Shoving the door with my shoulder, I pressed forward, the dim beam from my flashlight slicing through the thick, stale air. The corridor was narrower here, the walls slick with condensation that caught the light and shimmered like wet glass. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and too loud in the quiet. The faint hum I'd noticed earlier was back, low and mechanical, but distorted like a heartbeat skipping a beat. I passed a bulkhead labeled Quarantine Zone. The paint was peeling, and the warning signs were faded, but the biohazard symbol was unmistakable. My stomach turned. The crew had locked themselves away, sealed off the infection. It wasn't ghosts or curses that had doomed them, it was this virus, this invisible enemy. A sudden, sharp noise made me spin around. A panel in the wall had popped open, revealing tangled wires and blinking lights. A thin, greenish mist seeped out, curling like smoke. I jerked back, coughing. The smell was sickly sweet, chemical, and something else, like decay underneath. I pressed a cloth to my mouth, but the air still felt contaminated. My hands trembled, slick with sweat, as I pulled the mask from my bag and strapped it on. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Deeper into the ship, the temperature dropped. My breath fogged the air, and the metal underfoot grew slick with ice. The lighting flickered, throwing the walls into shifting shadows. I realized I was in the cargo hold, the place where the pathogen must have been stored or studied. Crates marked with warnings, sealed with heavy-duty locks, lined the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Some were shattered, contents spilled, a gray powder like ash scattered across the floor. I crouched down, running my fingers over the powder. It was cold, dry, almost weightless. The air around it shimmered faintly, like heat rising from pavement on a hot day. I blinked, and the shimmer vanished. Was I imagining it? The longer I stayed, the harder it was to trust my senses. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, broken, barely audible. Not over a speaker, but real, human though weak and distant. I froze, straining to locate it. It seemed to come from a narrow corridor beyond the cargo hold, past a reinforced door with a keypad. "Hello?" I called softly. "Can you hear me?" The voice answered again, ragged and trembling. "Help, please." I hesitated. The logic screamed at me to run, to stay away. But something else, hope or madness, pushed me forward. I approached the door and examined the keypad. No power, no response. I glanced back at the crates. One was ajar, revealing a handheld device, an old tablet, cracked but on. I grabbed it, fingers slipping on the cold metal, and tapped the screen. A flicker of life. A message appeared. Containment protocols engaged. Biohazard level 4. Access restricted. Damnation. I tapped again, swiping through logs. The entries were fragmented, desperate. Crew members reporting symptoms: fever, delirium, hallucinations. Panic. Then silence. The last entry. We made a mistake. It spreads faster than we thought. Sealing the hold. If anyone finds this, don't open. My heart hammered. I could feel the weight of those words pressing down on me. I was standing inside a sealed vault of death, breathing the same air that had killed them all. Somewhere behind the door, the voice called out again. Weaker now. Please, don't leave me. I swallowed, fingers shaking as I reached for the emergency release lever next to the door. It was stuck, coated in grime and rust. I yanked hard, the metal groaning, then gave way with a reluctant click. The door swung open slowly, revealing a narrow chamber lit by a single, flickering bulb. Inside, a man slumped against the wall, pale and gaunt, eyes wide with terror. His clothes were stained with dark blotches, and his breathing was shallow, uneven. Thank God, he whispered, voice cracking. I thought I was alone. I stepped inside cautiously, the air thick with the same chemical tang. Who are you? What happened here? He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that made me flinch. The outbreak, it started in the lab. They tried to contain it, but it spread too fast, too fast. I was locked in here to keep from infecting others. I didn't know if anyone would come. I glanced at the door, then back at him. You're still alive. How? He shook his head weakly. I don't know. Maybe luck. Maybe the virus doesn't kill everyone immediately. But it's in me. I feel it. A sudden noise cut through the tension, a metallic clang from the corridor outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of something scraping along the walls. The man's eyes darted toward the door, panic flaring. They're coming, he gasped. The others, the infected. They don't stay locked up forever. I swallowed again, the cold sweat prickling down my spine. The ship was no longer just a tomb, it was a trap. And we were both caught inside. What do we do? I asked, voice barely audible. He looked at me, desperation and something else, hope, flickering behind his eyes. We find the control room. Shut down the ventilation. Seal the decks. Stop it from spreading. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me. Could we really contain something so fast, so deadly? Or was the ship's secret already beyond saving? Behind us, the scratching grew louder, accompanied by guttural, animalistic noises, breathless, desperate, hungry. I gripped my flashlight tighter. I stood on the crumbling dock, the salty wind dragging the smell of rot and old diesel into my nose. The ghost ship, the Aegis, loomed behind me, its rusting hull half swallowed by the tide. I could still hear the hum of the engines winding down in my ears, like some distant, mechanical sigh. It had taken days of peeling back layers of silence, secrets, and decay, but finally, I understood what happened aboard that vessel. And now, all that remained was the unbearable weight of what the ship still held inside. The sealed compartments. The hidden vault where the pathogen had thrived in silence. It wasn't a ghost haunting that ship. It was something far more insidious. It was the unrelenting march of a contagion that had outpaced every attempt to stop it. I traced my steps back through the ship's lower decks, the metal floor cold beneath my boots. My hands trembled slightly, either from the cold or the residual dread I had swallowed every time I pushed open those heavy steel doors. I remembered the first time I'd stepped into that quarantine hold. The air was stale, thick with the coppery tang of dried blood and something else, something chemical, almost antiseptic but fouled with decay. The sharp scent of formaldehyde clung to the walls, and somewhere deep inside, I could swear I heard a faint, wet scraping sound. No eyes, no faces, just the sound of something desperately trying to survive in the dark. But there was nothing alive down there. Not anymore. The crew had vanished like shadows at dusk. Their journals spoke of fever, delirium, and panic. The captain's log was a slow unraveling, a morbid countdown of infection. They'd barricaded themselves in those compartments, hoping to contain the plague. It had worked, too well, sealed airtight. Which meant the pathogen had been trapped with them, festering in the stagnant air. I shook my head, trying to banish the image of those men and women succumbing to something no one could see, a killer that traveled faster than the speed of fear. I'd spent long nights haunted by their last transmissions, the desperation and confusion bleeding through the static. And yet, what struck me most was the silence afterward. No rescue. No cleanup. No warnings. Just a ship left to rot, a floating tomb drifting into shore like a dark secret. I stepped off the gangway and looked back. The town's lights blinked faintly in the distance, indifferent to the horror I'd uncovered. There was a knot in my stomach, the kind that tightens when you realize some stories are meant to stay buried. But I couldn't walk away. Not yet. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin, and reached for my phone. The signal was weak here, but I managed to call. "Hey, it's me," I said, voice low, trying to keep it steady. "I've got the full report. The quarantine logs, the crew manifests, everything." There was a pause, then a voice on the other end, Sarah's, tired but steady. "Are you sure it's safe? After everything?" I swallowed hard. There's no such thing as safe with this. But it's out now. The containment was a disaster. The pathogen. It's still here. Not in the way we thought. Meaning? I hesitated. It's not just dead aboard the ship. It's alive in the air systems, in the sealed compartments. More contagious than any record says. We need to alert the authorities, quarantine the area, evacuate the town if necessary. Silence. Then, I'll get on it. That was all I needed. The wind shifted suddenly, cold and sharp, carrying the faintest sound of a dog barking somewhere beyond the dunes. The world felt brittle, fragile, as if the slightest breath could shatter it. I turned away from the ship and toward the town, the path back feeling longer than before. My boots crunched against scattered debris, rusted nuts, shards of glass, bits of seaweed tangled in old ropes. With every step, the weight in my chest grew heavier, but there was also a strange sense of relief. The truth was out. The silence broken. Later, at the small cafe near the harbor, the steam from my coffee blurred the window pane as I stared out at the darkening sea. The sky was bruised with twilight, and the first stars blinked faintly above. I wasn't sure if I was watching the end of something or the beginning of something worse. Sarah sat across from me, her eyes tired but resolute. "You did the right thing," she said quietly, stirring her tea. "They'll need time to process this. To accept it." I nodded slowly, the warmth from the cup seeping through my palms. I keep thinking about the crew. What they went through. Alone. Trapped. Watching each other fall. Her gaze softened. You carry their story now. And maybe that's the only way to honor them. The words settled over me like a fragile promise. I wanted to believe that was true. That by bearing witness, I could give meaning to their silence. Outside, the wind carried the distant sound of the waves folding over the shore, relentless and indifferent. I thought about the ship one last time, the way it had creaked and groaned, a hollow reminder of what we ignore until it's too late. That night, I slept with the window cracked open, letting the salt air fill the room. The world was quiet, but not peaceful. There were still echoes in the dark, stories waiting to be told. And I knew I would tell them, no matter what it cost. Because some ghosts aren't spirits at all. They're the mark of human failure, the things we try to hide, until they rise up and demand to be seen. I looked out into the night, the stars steady and cold. The ship was gone by morning. The tide had claimed it, pulling the Aegis back into the depths where it belonged. The sea had swallowed its secrets once more. But I carried them with me, etched into my mind like scars. And in that, I found a strange kind of peace.